You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. Yes. Today is the day, I hope. Man, I hope, because this has been, at least over the last few days, okay? There has not really been any huge bombshells or anything of that sort. It's been very clinical. Let's just say that, okay? Because it's all still very important, but very clinical, to say the least, all right? But regardless, we're at the tail end of it. We're at the end of the road. You know, whatever that, that song, okay? We are closer to the end of the road, and hopefully everything gets wrapped today so that Thursday they do their closing arguments, and Friday, jury goes into deliberation. This is going to be a very interesting next couple days, but I'm here for it, okay? For lack of a better term. Now, before we get into everything, because there's a lot of things that have happened even overnight that have nothing to do with this trial, but we still need to talk about it. We still need to tap in on that and on the conversation, okay? Has been very, very interesting, all right? My like button went MIA. What? It's still there. Refresh your page, guys. Refresh your page. It's right there. I'm looking right at it. That like button's still there. So please do me a favor. If you don't see the like button, refresh your page. Okay, the like button's down below. Hit that like button down below as you guys start to file in. That'll be greatly appreciated, okay? Hit that like button down below. Don't forget to hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. In fact, I keep forgetting to do this. I keep forgetting. This is so annoying. Let me just do this now so I don't forget. So make sure you hit that one, that like button down below, that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms, please and thank you. Okay? Of course, don't forget to hit that follow button if you're watching on all platforms, Facebook, X/Twitter, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch as well. I'm over there as well. So make sure you are hitting that follow button or like button, wherever you find that like button or follow button, depending on the platform, because they're all different, right? Make sure you do that, okay? Please and thank you. Also, hit that subscribe button on my YouTube channel, here on my main channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Make sure you are subscribed over there as well. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it's random. All right. And of course, we're now starting to veer back into more random scheduled shows because the trial is about to be over here soon. So make sure that notification bell is set to all, okay? Like I said, things get really random over here. It just is what it is. Whatever things are breaking, we're talking about it, okay? So do that for me, please, and thank you. Also, please don't forget, hit that join button down below. Become a member, please and thank you. Check out my Patreon, and of course check out pascalmerch.com. Okay, let's do that as well. pascalmerch.com. Okay, please and thank you. Hold on one second. So again, here we go. So let's get into this, okay? Let us get into this thizang, okay? We got to get into this conversation, all right? Time to get into the conversation. All righty. Okay, so let us get into the conversation. There's a lot of things that are going on here, all right, guys? A lot of stuff going on. And, well, the thing is that we're at the tail end, okay? We are at the tail end, okay? Sorry, guys. 1 second. Okay. So here's the thing. A lot of things that are going on, okay, today. A lot of things are going on throughout the world, okay? A lot of things are going on throughout the world. We definitely need to talk about those things. We will be talking about those things for sure. But mainly, and it's funny because it's like Diddy, Trump, Trump, Diddy, Diddy, Trump, Trump, Diddy. Or, the stuff that's going on in Iran or Iran and Israel. There's a lot of drama going on. And like I said, something that was really crazy that happened overnight, okay, was that we thought everything was a ceasefire situation, but it wasn't, okay? So much that Trump is upset about those things as well. Like I said, we're going to talk about that here in a little bit, okay, for sure. All right. But nonetheless, very, very interesting stuff that's been going on. Here's the thing. Inside this Diddy trial, we are literally having, it's boring. I'm sorry to say it. Okay. I am sorry to say it. It has been a boring thing. Okay. And it's been very clinical. And the thing is that it is not something. I was just hoping that they would. I mean, of course, it's necessary having the summary witness come in and wrap things up. But honestly, this is a situation where I am really just kind of getting, I'm kind of getting bored about this whole thing, to be completely honest. And so, with that being said, I was hoping that they would be done yesterday. But of course, Tenny Garagos wants to go through every single emoji, every single comma, period, etc., with this particular summary witness. It is what it is. But they should be wrapped after this. They should be wrapped after this specific summary witness takes the stand. Now, they've already been well over an hour in this biznae, okay? They've already been an hour in this B, okay? And honestly, I'm hoping in the next 15 minutes, which what Tenny Garagos said yesterday, she's got an hour and 15 left for today. I'm hoping in the next 15 minutes or so, or by the time we get to this, she done. And we're done for the day, right? So that tomorrow they will have their charge. I keep on forgetting the name. Charge something. But anyway, it's basically where they talk about jury instructions so that when they go off and deliberate, they know exactly what to expect. They know exactly what they need to look into and all that stuff, okay? But again, this is the part where it gets a little, okay? Gets a little old, okay? Gets a little old, gets a little tiresome, okay? But we're here for it. Okay, and we're gonna march through. We're gonna soldier through this biznae. Okay, we're gonna soldier through this piece together, holding hands, because we're not done. We're watching this throughout until it is over. Okay, so allegedly, Tenny Garagos is gonna be finished doing her cross. Then there will most likely be a redirect and possibly a recross, and then they're going to keep it moving. Hopefully it'll be done, okay? Hopefully it'll just be done, right? It'll just be a wrap. But we'll see about all that, okay? But nonetheless, all right? Today is the last day. Yes! Today is the last day, okay? Which I am really excited about because it's been 29 days. If you're reading the title up above or down below, wherever you're watching this, it has been 29 mother-loving days covering this freaking trial. And I'm telling you right now, I think we're all done. We're all ready for them to just get into the jury deliberation so we can find out if he's guilty or not. Okay, that's basically where we're at right now, right? So of course, let's get into this. We got to get straight into the stuff that's been going on, of course, and hopefully, like I said, hopefully this is going to be more of like a half day type of deal. Okay, that we're just gonna hear his testimony or like his cross. I'm sorry, they'll do their redirect and recross, and then they'll adjourn for the day so that they can get things moving tomorrow, so that they can do their closing statements on Thursday. But be rest assured, there will be a show tomorrow. Okay. I don't know if we're allowed to be in the room. Okay. I don't know if if they're gonna have it open. That's one thing I don't know about. I don't know if they open the doors for everybody to come into the courtroom and watch whatever this jury instruction conversation is. I don't know, right? Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but hopefully we can get that explained before the end of show today. Okay, but we will be on tomorrow covering this, talking about things, and of course I do have some a friend coming onto the show, an expert coming onto the show to talk about the case, etc. So we do have that planned, and that's going to be on the docket for tomorrow as well. Okay, so again, we're still going to be going knee deep in this mother lover. And then, of course, keeping an eye on things that are going on overseas as well, right? So again, just some so that you guys know what's going on. Even so, I got a few things here with Trump's reaction first thing this morning. Like I said, there's a lot that has been going on. We're going to talk about all those things and then some. So just get ready for that doggone conversation, even though I don't know how the platforms like it. You know what I'm saying? Because you talked about any other conflicts overseas, they didn't like that stuff. Okay, they would get you for talking about this stuff. So hopefully, the powers that be are okay with us talking about things that are going on in the world, right? Especially with this whole situation with Israel and Iran. Okay, yeah, it's pretty insane, to say the least. Okay, so jurors watched explicit videos, and this is what happened yesterday. Okay, so this is just a little bit of a recap. They watched a whole bunch of videos of freak-offs, which we already knew about. Okay, and we went into great detail and talked about that like crazy, right? But yesterday, jurors put on headsets to watch what appeared to be explicit videos of freak-offs featuring Diddy's former girlfriend, who, of course, is Jane Doe. Okay, so then Diddy, wearing a white sweater and glasses, looked around the courtroom as the videos played, seemingly avoiding looking at the graphic recordings on the monitor before him, which is interesting because he had no problem filming them. He had no problem filming them. No problems whatsoever. But then as soon as it's out there, now he's like all embarrassed and stuff, looking around the courtroom to see how people are reacting to these graphic recordings that are on the monitors throughout, like in the courtroom, and not throughout the courtroom, but, being played and displayed for the jurors, crazy, right? So his mother, Janice Combs, appeared to focus her gaze on the jury box. So she was watching everything and seeing how the jury was reacting to this information, to them consuming this stuff. Again, crazy. Okay, crazy stuff. So Combs enters court. So he entered the room. He's wearing a orange sweater. Yeah, he's just all nothing but fall colors. Okay, he sat down at the defense table and shuffled through papers in a folder. He leaned his head back with what looked like a sigh. Yeah, I mean, he going through some things. Let's keep it a bean. He is going through some things, okay? I mean, it's a fair assessment that he tired, he worn out. You know what I'm saying? He's seen better days. All right, and let's be real, his better days are possibly gone for good. Okay, it is kind of you say, but it's summer Diddy, yeah, because he's wearing fall colors. But it's interesting because this has been like the summer of Diddy, right? What a summer. What a summer. Okay. It's been the summer of Diddy. Okay. That's for sure. And maybe he just gets cold in there. All right. Yeah. Emotional support with a sweater. Yeah. No kidding. You know what I mean? So anyway, moving on. Prosecution defense debate over evidence. Here we go. What else is new? They're going to debate and argue over stuff that I'm sure they've already had presented or talked about during some of the testimony in the first place. But let's move on. Court started with both sides debating evidence. So the prosecution objected to a message that Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassie sent, saying that she wanted to have relations with him, the hibbity-dibbity. So the defense argued that the text was the day before a freak-off in an attempt to show that Cassie was willingly engaged in freak-offs. The prosecution argued that she wanted relations with her boyfriend, not other men. So the judge sustained the prosecution's objection, saying the message was about a one-on-one encounter. So he sustained that, which is interesting, right? So the judge also overruled a government objection to including a text Cassie sent saying she wanted baby oil. Okay. The judge noted that it's difficult to tell whether this message was referring to a one-on-one encounter unrelated to a hotel night. So the judge also allowed in a text where Cassie said that she had taken some Adderall and referred to her freak off as pretty hot. So he allowed that in there. Okay, you can bring that in. That's cool. Bring that in. That's fine. She said she took some pills and she said that one freak off night that we did was really hot. That's fine. You could put it in there. All right. That's fine. It's Gucci, right? But other than that, not supposed to be saying, like, with everything that we've been hearing so far, right? There's a lot of people that feel, and I feel like that's the ongoing argument, right? Were they willing participants? And I know I keep on saying this like a broken record, but I believe that there are willing participants until they were not willing to participate in those kind of freak offs. I think in the very beginning, they were cool. Okay. Like they were cool with it in the very beginning. And then soon after, wasn't so cool with it anymore. As soon as somebody says they don't want to do it anymore, that's a very big deal. Okay. That's a very, very big deal. Okay. Just in my personal opinion. Okay. Hold on. Let me see something here. Yes. Un momento, por favor. Let's see here. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just checking a few things. Okay. So, yes, and of course we have some members emojis that you can use during the lives, etc. Go and check them out. Okay. There's a few new ones that I put up. Some of the mods help put those together. I put up a few new ones a couple days ago, about a week or so ago. So go check them out. Become a member. You get to use those and the many other ones that I have already there as well. Okay. Yeah, Medusa. I mean, here's the thing though. There's only so many interviews you can do. You know what I'm saying? Like he's been on, I get the Punisher's out here trying to sell books. Real talk. He's trying to sell his book. All right. But they've done like, there's only so many questions you can ask without suddenly repeating the same questions that have been asked a million times before. Does that make sense? So again, he got a book. He's trying to sell it. So he's out here and he's trying to capitalize on this opportunity. So that's why he's pushing his freezer meat book and talking about ED and all that. And don't get me wrong. Hey, it's all good. There are plenty of men out here that have ED. So, of course, glad he was able to write a book. And, someone who's an S worker was able to write a book about it. But at the same time, he has been on every single show. Okay. He's been on Mason Cameron's podcast. He's been on News Nation. He's been everywhere. Okay. Yeah. Right. Vlad TV as well, and shout out to all those platforms. But he's already been done with the interviews. You see what I'm saying? After like interview number 4, you're kind of like, I've already heard it. You see what I'm saying? I've already heard it. I don't really need to go through, listening to it again, because he's just saying the same stuff he's been saying since his interview on a Banfield. You see what I'm saying? So again, for me, I'm like, okay, no disrespect to that platform. If they get him, cool, do you. But I'm hoping that they're asking questions and getting something different from him. But if it's the same stuff, like, yeah, I had to go in there and he was wearing this whole thing with nothing underneath, and she looked beautiful, and she was wearing a wig, and most beautiful woman I ever seen. But I had to take certain substances so I can stay up and all that. I'd be like, I've already seen that interview. You see what I'm saying? So again, interesting stuff though. Okay. But he's making his rounds. I opened up Instagram and there's I saw the couch. So I was like, oh yeah, real life. Okay, cool. But then I'm like, they're like, oh yeah, we're giving away 10 free books. And I'm like, okay, he's really trying to push his book out there. And hopefully he's successful with pushing his book, but that's literally what he's pushing right now. The damn book. Okay. So let's see. We'll see what happens. I'm sure that it'll be a movie on Tubi in the next, couple months. Okay. But of course, the judge overruled the government's objection to where she texted to ask if she could do a freak off without getting under the influence, without getting zooted. Okay. To which she replied, she could, I guess, to which he replied, she could, right? She was like, hey, can I do a freak off without having to do substances, etc.? And I guess Diddy said, okay, you may, right? So again, very, very interesting. Very interesting. And of course, we got the special agent, Homeland Security special agent, returning to the stand, okay, under cross-examination, all right, with Tenny Garagos, which we already know. So the defense is showing role of Jane in relationship. So Tenny Garagos has been concentrating on a series of text messages showing how at times Diddy's then girlfriend Jane played an active role in setting up and enjoying the rendezvous with S workers. Jane wrote to an S worker in December of 2021, joyously saying a previous night's hookup was one for the books. So later that month, Jane told the worker that she was, quote unquote, excited to see him, while the man said he was down for that. Excited to see him, and he was down for it. Like I said before, okay? Like I said before, I truly think that, I truly think that this is my theory, and we talked about it near the end of the show yesterday. I truly think that this Jane Doe was having outside relations with some of these S workers. That's what I truly think. I think that she was hooking up with these dudes, or hooking up with one guy I think she had a connection with. Also, I think that she wanted to have her own side piece. Okay. She wanted her own, she wanted control of her own side piece. And again, this is just my theory. Okay. This is just my theory, because Diddy's out here diddling about, smashing all these other girls. And I think that she's like, well, I want control. I want something that's mine too. If he's going to get a whole bunch of women and claim all them while he's claiming me, I want something for myself. I could do a Diddy. You know what I mean? So I think that that's what's going on with that. That's just what I truly think. Now, do I think that she was a willing participant in putting these freak offs together? I think yes and no. Same thing with Cassie. Yes and no. In the very beginning, yes. Near the end, hell no. Jane Doe's situation's that is a very slippery slope. Okay, even without the baby oil and Astroglide, it is just a slippery slope. No matter what, I think that one, there's just so many different wild levels, and there's a lot of gray. It's not very black and white. But I do think that there are moments that she did not want to perform. And she made it very clear to Diddy that she did not want to have relations with these people after a time. In the very beginning, I think she was crazy, just like Diddy is crazy, and was willing to perform and do whatever she could for him. But near the end, I don't know if it was because of Cassie's lawsuit or because she just had enough. She changed her tone changed, right? So that is a question I think needs to be acknowledged, right? But nonetheless, we got to keep it moving here. We're going to go straight over to Inner City Press because, there's plenty of stuff to cover. Okay, so let's just get straight to the actual thing. Hold on. So this is Cassie demanding money. It's a command. It is a command of sorts, not hearsay. And that's what defense said. And how is it relevant? It goes to financial motive. In 2017, I sustained the objection to 1135 on hearsay and 403 grounds. The last one is 1417. It's about Cassie decorating a hotel room and getting flowers on Valentine's Day. This is a STing freak off as alleged by the government. This shows Cassie set up as a surprise, set up this freak off night, I guess, as a surprise to Diddy. So the judge says, this is hearsay. I'm sustaining that objection, but the defense can use her being presented with the layout of the hotel room, the flowers, the photo can come in, and the messages with them as well. So moving on, they bring in the jury. Then suddenly, can we have a restroom break? Right when they bring in the jury. So they have a quick little break, and then they come back. So they say, okay, the defense says, Your Honor, our arguments took so long that the jurors' devices turned themselves off. So they are high tech. All rise. So I guess the monitors or something like that went to sleep. You know what I mean? Just turned off during this time. Okay. They are high tech. All rise. Good morning. Pull up exhibit 1406 from December 21st, 2021. Jane, I guess this is text messages between Jane, Don, and Cabral. Okay. So turn off the attorney's screens. We are going to watch some videos. So play from the beginning until 2 minutes and 22 seconds. So public and press have no idea what the jurors are being shown right now or not. One juror complains that their device says low battery. So what does she say here? This is what Garagos says to the special agent, the Homeland Security special agent. She writes, that was so effing sexy. Then she writes, I'm wet thinking about it. Heart, eyes, emoji. Now, Paul is in the chat as well. But your chart doesn't list Cabral's message with Jane. C3328. C exhibit 3328. Okay, now it's December 21st, 2021. She reaches out to Cabral to say, Happy New Year. Then she writes, let me know if you want to come tonight. What does Cabral say? Well, he says, I'm cooking for my family, but tomorrow for sure. He got a family. Wow. He got a family? That's crazy. Anyway, I'm cooking for my family, but tomorrow for sure. Okay, so then Garrigo says, that's not in your chart. So, of course, special agent says, no, it is not in my chart. So, under Italian, let's see exhibit DX3050. This is April 4th of 2022, Diddy with Jane. He reads, you read Diddy, okay? So then the agent says, all right, I'll read it. Combs writes, I've been having crazy fantasies about Leo, you and Leo. And this is what it says right here. I've been having crazy fantasies about Leo, you and Leo. So these are real text messages that are going on. So the agent, the special agent writes or reads what Diddy's writing. So he writes, Adderall's the greatest, LOL. So the defense says, Garrigo says, she writes to him with a drool face emoji, then 1406. Then in 1406, exhibit 1406, next is July of 2022. You only reviewed what the government gave you, right? So then, of course, the agent says, right, yeah, I only reviewed what was given to me. So then Garrigo's defense says, Diddy tells Paul to come over, right? Yes, he does. Defense says, okay, here Jane says, my place is free tonight. Then she writes, I got on my knees and thanked God for the health of my child and for your friendship. Then heart emojis, right? Agent says, yes, right. So I'll correct you. It's Van Nuys. Remember, that's how you pronounce it. Because yesterday, he said something crazy like Van Nuys or something crazy. He said something weird, pronounced Van Nuys completely wrong. So again, she's like, okay, let me just make sure you got the thing right. It's Van Nuys, not Van Nuys or whatever the hell you said, right? So they move on. So exhibit GX103, it's between Jane and Paul, correct? I don't memorize the exhibit numbers. I'm sorry, I just don't. So let's show it then. So it's not on public screen. This is a message between Mr. Paul Arthur and Mr. Combs, Diddy, who says staff is leaving. This is the first mention of Anton, right? October 8th, 2022. So the agent says, yes, he shows up. Okay. And these messages, so exhibit E285. Do you see the bracelet she's wearing? I do. Public exhibit screen not on. Entirely clear why not. Yeah, like why can't, so you can't show a bracelet that she's wearing? That's strange. But let's not forget the bracelet that she was wearing a love bracelet, right? A bracelet that said love on it. Okay. So moving on, Jane writes, can you come to Turks? What does he say? The agent says, he says, yes, love. I have a passport, but no vaccination. She said, so the defense says, or Garrigo says, okay, so then she writes, can you get in ATL? And that's Cabral's base. A few days later, March 21st, 2023, she asks about Miami. So Jane writes, tonight was fun. What did he say? The agent says, he had a great time with you, baby. Or he says, had a great time with you, baby. So now, April 2023, Jane, Diddy, and Paul, the trifecta, remember? Okay. He says, hey, Jane's true name, I'm available. And she asks about the 19th, right? Yes, she does. Then Jane says, I'll reach out. How about P? Maybe Italian is available? I don't know. I think it's Italian. Italian is available. What does Diddy respond? Okay, so Diddy says, okay, you find location. Are you in the mood? Jane says, Didn't know you were unsatisfied. I stopped and got a couple more outfits. So again, what's interesting is they're saying, hey, all of this is here, right here, where she's showing. Like I'm trying to get this thing set up. I'm trying to set up this this freak off, right? I'm trying to get this freak off and popping. Just so you guys know. Just trying to get it going, right? So, like, hey, Diddy, I'm trying to get it going. I'm trying to make this whole thing happen, blah, blah, blah. Hopefully, are you down, right? So then Diddy's like, okay, you find a location. You in the mood? Like, you down for this? Okay, right? And of course she says, didn't know you were unsatisfied. I stopped and got a couple more outfits to make him more happy, I guess, right? But that's still, I can see what the defense is going with here. That is showing here is a paper trail of saying, hey, this is all of them together setting this thing up. This is not her going, ooh, I don't want to do this with you. She is setting it up herself. So I can see that part, right? I could definitely see that part. So Jane writes, I know what you like, Daddy. At the London, before you left for New York City, you did a film. You got it. Oh, you forgot it. You promised you wouldn't forget. Then smirky face, devil face. I'm coming, Daddy. That video you sent me was hot. Sweat emoji. Boy, oh boy. So she says, let's get back to exhibit GX 1406. Okay. So May 19th to the 20th of 2023. Jane, Diddy, Paul, and Cabral. What does Diddy write? Well, he writes, is Chef still there? She says, no, LOL. Pull up text of the personal assistants. I don't know who. KK writes, this is defense saying, well, KK writes, for hotel, they want fruits, outfits, shorts for him, size large, fruits, and juices. Fruit twice. Okay. So she writes, are you hydrated? I'll be at one hotel, residential side. Hey, hun, had a great time. Did you see that? Yeah, I did see that. Here, Jane writes to Diddy, I love you. Can't wait to see you, with heart emojis. But now she writes, let's be positive. Remember how we turned it around at 1 star, right? Yeah, I mean, that's what is being said. He says, you got Chef. Jane says, no. Jane says, I was trying for my chefy poo. So defense says, Jane writes, are you up to coming to LA? How much would it be to compensate for missing a chef gig? So, of course, the agent says, well, he responds, sorry, love, I could have did it. I could have did it with enough heads up. Sorry, love, I could have did it with enough heads up. So Diddy writes, hurry up. She's at the hotel and she's horny as hell. Need help, LOL. Paul responds, LOL, right? Yeah, right. That's what he responds. And Diddy sent Paul an image. Does it look like Shaq? Does that image look like Shaq? So then the agent says, yes, it does. Then the judge says, may we have a brief sidebar? And I want to know, I'm wondering if they're like, yo, why the brief sidebar? What's really going on here? You know what I mean? Why is this happening? I feel like the judge is like, do we have to go through all this just so you can look at showing an image of Shaq? Remember, Paul, okay, just so you guys remember, because I'm sure people are like, why Shaq? Why Shaq? I'm confused. Well, Shaq is because Paul, Diddy, and Jane, they would call themselves the trifecta. So like Shaq, Kobe, and Michael Jordan. Okay. And I guess they had such a synergistic vibe in the bedroom that he was like, man, we do nothing but win in this room together. Okay. So again, very interesting stuff. All right. But of course, he sends a image of Shaq, all right, to Paul, basically saying, like, I need my star athlete. I need my star performer here, right? He says right here, hurry up. She's at the hotel and she's horny as hell. Need help, LOL. And then, of course, Paul responds saying LOL. And then Diddy sends a photo of Shaq to Paul, basically saying, referencing the fact that they are the trifecta, right? They are the dream team of freak-offs, okay? The dream team of freak-offs. Dream team of freak-offs, okay? Just saying. All right? So again, the trifecta, okay? Trifecta. So they had a sidebar and now they're allegedly back, okay? Now we're completely caught up. See how quick and easy this is? Just go straight into it. Boom, right? So they're back from the sidebar only for this. He says, we're taking a break. Golly. The cross has already gone longer than projected yesterday. We will get to the defense case today. That's the question. Will they get to the defense case today? Why are the public exhibit screens left off for exhibits without Jane's name? Yeah, I think that's extremely weird too, right? I think that's a little odd. Why would they have that shut off, right? Why would they have those things shut off when, of course, everybody wants to know what's going on? Everybody wants to know what is the stuff, right? And of course, the stuff that isn't showing Jane Doe's face, which, by the way, if you really think about it, Jane Doe's face has already been in that room. It's not like they had a thing covering her face or a screen covering her and trying to, protect her presence. She was in the room. So all those people that are in the room know exactly what this woman looks like. Okay. Don't say her name in the chat. I'm just saying everybody already knows who she is and what she do. So why try to cover up the photos of her face if they're not sexually explicit? You see what I'm saying? If it's not sexually explicit, or if it's like her, if it's not her name, if you can't see her name in it and it's just a bracelet, and maybe it's just a photo of her wrist with the bracelet on, wearing the bracelet, who cares? It doesn't say this is her name, this is where she lives. Like, it doesn't say any of that stuff, right? So it doesn't even matter. But it is weird that they have the screens shut off in that way. It just doesn't make sense to me, guys. Okay? And this is ridiculous. Okay? This should not. I'm just going to say this. This is ridiculous, guys. This should not be happening right now. I don't understand why they're trying their best to make a meal. The defense is trying to make a meal out of this Homeland Security special agent who's just there to be a summary witness to this trial. I don't know why they're trying to take their long ass time on this dude. Real talk. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for it at all. They should have been taking their sweet ass time with all the other huge star witnesses that they had come in. Who cares if an emoji is missing or a period is not on the chart? Now I get it that an emoji can summarize a text message that's been sent. Like, don't get me wrong, if she sent just text messages of eggplants and squirt emojis, right? And that's all she wrote, that's one thing, right? But if she's saying can't wait to get with you, and then it's just heart eye emojis, okay. So she said can't wait to see you, Sly. Yeah, I want that D. Don, whatever their names are, right? So to me, I'm like, why are they dragging their feet with this particular witness on small little things? Now, don't get me wrong. I get them going through the text messages, which is what they're going through. The text messages to basically say, hey, Jane Doe was a willing participant, period. She was a willing participant. Here's proof of that. But I feel like a lot of what she said during her testimony, at least during the cross, would definitely show that side already. So why keep on sitting down? Like, they're literally combing through years and years of text messages between Jane Doe, Diddy, and all these S workers to try to make it seem like, hey, just so you guys know what's, that she helped, she helped schedule some of these things. Just want to let you know that these things were scheduled. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, fine. Let's just continue moving though. Because again, they were supposed to be done a long time ago, right? You even heard it from inner city press himself. Should have been done with this information. And now they have a break, okay? Mid-morning break, okay, in courtroom action. Let's take a look at this, all right? This was posted about 8 minutes ago. So the judge called for a 15-minute break until at least 11:50 a.m., all right? So the defense has been examining years of text messages between Jane and Diddy, showing that the former girlfriend had the freedom to travel and set her own activities. So, of course, we see that. She is her own woman, but does it automatically show that she was 110% a willing participant? And here's the thing, too. Let's just say Jane Doe was a willing participant the entire time, okay? Let's just say Jane Doe was a willing participant the entire time. That still does not say anything about Cassie. It doesn't. What about the crimes that were committed with Cassie? Right? Again, like I said, Diddy is looking at some serious time. And he may well get at least a decade or two. For sure. All right. He is definitely going to get a couple. He going, like I said, if he's not found guilty on some of these charges, I will be shook. Okay. I will be absolutely surprised, but we'll see. Okay. But it's going to be a tough one for the jury to decide whether or not Jane Doe was a victim or if she was indeed a willing participant. They have to make a decision between the two. They have to either say she was a willing participant or she was a victim. If they straddle the fence on this, then they're going to be in there all night. They're going to be there for days. Okay. So let's see. So they coordinated, Diddy and Jane coordinated to keep staff from seeing quote unquote entertainer during hotel night. So defense attorney Garagos reviewed records and text messages related to a hotel night in January of 2023, when it appeared that Diddy and Jane were taking steps to prevent staff from seeing a man involved in the hotel nights. So when they were planning a hotel night, Diddy texted Jane, can I walk in on you and Paul? I would like that. So she said yes and asked him what time she should tell the entertainer. He says maybe 9:30 so he doesn't run into anyone. So then Jane texts Paul later. Okay, let me make sure the coast is clear. So Diddy told Jane to hide hotel night from ex-chief of staff. So hide this from KK. This is interesting. And remember, apparently KK and Jane Doe didn't really get along. They didn't really like each other too much. Just so you know. And I still think that KK was doing things with Diddy. I still feel like that. But that's just me. All right. So in another message thread, planning a hotel night later in April of 2023, Sean Diddy Combs asked Jane Doe to find a location, telling her, I can't have KK no. I can't have KK no. Damn. That's interesting. KK, we already know who she is. Okay. So Jane arranged for an entertainer to meet them and said she had picked up new outfits. When Diddy asked if she was in the mood, she replied yes. So Diddy later texted Jane, did you get pill? And hit me when coast is clear, or when coast clear. Jane responded, Joey is gone and the Italian is pulling up. So again, it's like, and who's Joey? Who's Joey? Joey is gone and Italian is pulling up. I don't know if Joey was another dude, like another S worker, or if that's another, like an assistant that came in to set things up. And then, of course, the Italian was showing up to, do their thing. So maybe that's what it was. Like, hey, we got the room set up. Now we got the Italian pulling up, just so you know, right? The next day, Jane texted Diddy an explicit message and told him, I love you, loving on me, and me you. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe Guido. But I feel like it would just be Guido then, right? It wouldn't just be, I don't think she would call him Italian. I think she would just straight up say his name, his or what he is referred to by, so that there's no confusion. So I think Italian is, definitely an S worker. No, the Italian's not Jonathan Oddie. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Okay. But Italian is pulling up is another person. Okay. So let's see. Jane arranged May 2023 hotel night with entertainer. So, of course, these are the reviewing messages Jane put out allegedly for an hotel night. She texted Diddy about an available entertainer and said she was trying to arrange some things for a trip. He didn't respond to a few of her messages. And then she said, okay, baby, all is set. She also texted one of the entertainers asking when he would be able to fly to Miami. Days later, she texted the entertainer that she was setting up the hotel. Later that day, Jane told him, give me a sec, clearing out the assistant. They had to stop by to drop stuff off, or to drop off stuff. And she asked him to wait in the lobby. Hours later, she texted the entertainer to thank him for coming out and told him that she could send him payment through Zelle. Of course, this is the list of all the witnesses. By the way, 34 witnesses. 34 witnesses. That's a whole lot of people, baby. That's a lot of witnesses. My Lord. It's a total of 34 witnesses since the STing and racketeering conspiracy trial against Diddy began in May. Yeah, we've been at this for 29 days. And that's not even including weekends. Okay, that's just 29 days of coverage on this mother-loving thing. Non-freaking stop. Okay, which is absolutely crazy. Let me see something here real quick. Come on. Yes. So do me a favor, guys. All right. While I'm going to hit a refresh here in a second. Hit the like button down below, please, and thank you. That would be greatly appreciated. Hit the like button down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't forget, of course, as always, don't forget to subscribe. That would be greatly appreciated. All right. And of course, when you do that, hit that notification bell, set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random. Okay. Let's see. Mo, thank you so much. Here's the thing. I don't think it's going to come down to guilt or innocence. I think it will come down to if 12 people agreed to convict him. I am curious about that too. Mo, I guess my question to you is, Is it because you think him guilty? Is it because you think the jury already believes him to be guilty? And it's like, well, do we want to convict the man or do we want to send him free? Because we already know, everybody already know he guilty. You see what I'm saying? So I'm curious what you mean, you know? Is it 12 people already know that he's guilty and he's a monster and he should just, and that's what it's bad, it's all bad? Or do you think that, that they're sitting there going, well, I'm not convicting this man. I ain't gonna do that. I'm not taking this black man down, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I see your point. Some hate women, some hate the women, and some hate him. I could definitely see that. But I truly believe in right and wrong as well. I mean, after hearing everything, okay, everything that we hear, it's all really, really bad. Okay, all really bad. And I truly believe that there's going to be people. Yeah, I can see how it's split, Mo, for sure. But I also think that there's a side of this where it's just good versus evil. After hearing all of this stuff, I just don't see them going, nah, I'm setting him free. After all the evil, because he's done a lot of evil. That's for sure. Okay. This is not bias. This is not bias. He's done some evil for sure. And they proved it time and time again. Now, when it comes to Jane Doe and all that, okay, there's a lot of gray, whole lot of gray. So that's going to be tough for them when it comes to the Jane Doe. But it already goes without question that he was paying people to fly out, do X, Y, and Z. It is very to the note, right? Of the crimes that he did commit that you can see from space. Okay. At least with the pros, the STing, okay, sure. The substance trafficking thing, maybe it has not been proven to me. To me, I have not seen enough proof from prosecution to make me feel like, yes, he was making them move, substances across state lines for show. I just don't see it. So far, I don't see it. Okay. But the other things of the taking somebody against their will, the bribing, the extortion, etc., all of those things, they already tapped in on those and exposed those like that very quickly early on in this trial. So again, those things, when you go, wow, this guy is diabolical, you cannot question whether he did what he did was evil or diabolical. It is absolutely there, right? And I truly think, yes, I think there are elements of RICO there for sure. But I just can't see how any juror is going to look at this and go, yeah, he's going to walk free. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. Okay? I just don't. There's just no way he's going to be able to kick rocks free out here. If he does, I'll be shocked. Okay? I'll be absolutely shocked. But that would mean that the jury completely ignored all the information that they've been seeing since day one. Shoot, even the summaries, the summary witnesses, all the paperwork don't lie. Follow the money and you can see it for yourself. He paid for certain people to come in. These Cowboys for Angels, these Backpage people, these Craigslist people, these whatever, to come in and do what they do, right? Hey, can you fly in here? Can you do this, that, and the third? He was orchestrating those things. Now, don't get me wrong. Jane Doe was doing that too. She was orchestrating those things as well, baby. She definitely was. She was a willing participant, and that is for sure. Now, is she a willing participant because she felt obligated to be a willing participant? She felt threatened that he had her rent and her livelihood dangling over her head? That is something that the jury is going to have to fight over and deliberate when they go for deliberation for sure, right? But it goes without question. All the male S workers that came forward and spoke out, all of the paperwork that we're now seeing, which is, I know this is the boring stuff, but it's the necessary stuff, right? Because now we're seeing the paperwork. Like you can see all of this, that there is a paper trail. And yes, he was taking money here and moving it here and handing it to this person. So that person can hand it to this person. Then that person would finally hand it to a guy named Sly, right? But he was still the main source of that money. Doesn't matter if that money was passed over 15 different times. It was still from him, specifically to pay an S worker for their services. There's a paper trail of plane tickets being bought for them to fly in to perform for his freak-offs, right? Those things are without question being seen, okay? Those things are being seen for sure. But like I said, it's going to be all up to the jury to see what else he's being found guilty of. Is it racketeering, right? Because again, he's looking at decades behind bars. We'll see. It's up to them. It's not up to me. It's up to them. But okay, so the agent is back on the stand. Thank God. Okay. And cross-examination is resuming. So they're back to all this stuff. And she's like, well, she sent a heart eye emoji. Did you not see that? And he's like, yep, I see it. So we're back to that all over again. Let's see what's going on here. So we got a couple posts. Okay. So they're back. Okay, so he's in a brown sweater. Okay. Is poring over document with his lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, then stands up to talk to Agnifilo. So everyone rises. So they, of course, resume to their cross. Okay. So here it is. Garrigo says, okay, so let's go back to Exhibit 1406. Diddy writes to Paul, security knows to let you in the back, right? So then Diddy says, just say P, not Paul. Jane writes, just to tell you I love you, listening to your music and making love with you, partay, rose, whatever we were saying. Okay, whatever we were saying. Back to Exhibit 1406, August 12th, 2023. He writes, movie night was off the chain. Remember, they're watching their greatest hits, boner jams, right? So crazy. Let's see what's going on. NBC says something here too. Okay, back in session. Cool. Let's see what's going on here too. So, okay. I'm going to go back a little bit. Okay. So not only were they're man, they might be up there for a while, y'all. They might be up there for or this summary witness might be up there for a little bit, because if the judge is saying yes to the Cassie Ventura text messages, if he's admitting it or if he's allowing it, they could be going through all of her text messages as well. So again, So the defense is, just so you know, this is just a recap of what we talked about a little bit ago, and this is from the Washington Post. So the defense is trying to admit text messages into evidence that could show Cassie initiating and working to set up a hotel room for a freak off with Diddy. This is part of an effort by Diddy's lawyers to show he did not coerce Cassie, one of the two alleged victims we already know about this, okay? And of course, participated in these freak offs, etc. And again, like I said, she could have been a willing participant in the beginning and then not so much anymore, right? So he's hunched over the defense table. following along with his defense attorney Tenny Garagos, as she cross-examines this Homeland Security special agent about text messages he processed that appeared to show Jane, planning and willingly participating in freak-offs by booking male escorts and making other arrangements. So they're apparently supposed to rest. Prosecution supposed to rest after this man leaves the stand. We'll see if he ever does leave the stand, because if they're just going through all this so I see that this has all that's being said, but there's no period at the end of this sentence. Is there a period at the end of this sentence? I assume so. Exactly. Moving on. There's an I. There's this word is misspelled. You know what I mean? Like, sheesh. So his life, Diddy's life, revolved around meticulously planned sexual encounters, evidence shows. I feel like we've been seeing that. Okay? I think we've been seeing that, right? That these were very meticulously put together. But then at the same time, they did them so much that these people were doing it by rote. Do you understand what I'm saying? They were doing it so often, they knew exactly how Diddy liked it, liked how these things were set up, so that he could literally go, we're doing a freak off tonight. And she'd be like, okay. And then they put this whole thing together within hours of each other. Sometimes it would be a day or two beforehand, but other than that, a lot of times it'd be like, yo, okay, we're doing I'm having a hotel night, so I need you guys to get that baby oil, the Astroglide, the substances, okay? Make sure that fanny pack is in that room, all right? Make sure I got my soup. Make sure I got my applesauce, all right? Like and they knew exactly what needed to be done. Hence the reason why they were so meticulous. They looked like they were so meticulously planned, because they were always doing them. You see what I'm saying? So, pretty bad stuff. Text messages shown ad nauseum. I mean, ad nauseum. At this trial, revealed just how extraordinary and involved Diddy's life was, and how central it was to his existence. Diddy and his staff prepared extensively for his freak-offs, which sometimes took Diddy away from his regular life for days at a time. He also managed complex relationships with a number of other women, trying to keep them emotionally connected to him and willing to serve his sexual demands essentially on demand or on command. But again, like I said, he was out here doing his thing. And it wasn't, like I said to you guys before, this is not the only, Jane Doe and Cassie are not the only women that were involved in these types of freak-offs. I guarantee you that. There were other women, but are we hearing about them? No, not at all. We're not hearing about them at all. Hence the reason why I'm like, you feel like the prosecution could have come in here with stronger statements, or no, it's not stronger statements. I mean, stronger witnesses. Okay. I don't think all the witnesses that they brought in to this trial were home runs, right? Not all of them. Some of them were. In fact, some of them that were super short, super short, those were the home runs. Shoot, Cassie's mama coming up and being like, yeah, he extorted us. He said he wants $20,000 immediately, or he's going to expose our daughter and her in these videos that they did for these freak off nights, right? Defense had nothing to say to her. She testified and she walked off. She said what she said, dropped the mic and walked off the damn stage. Real talk. That was one of the strongest ones there. So they're like, okay, and now we got extortion. Check. Right? That's it. So, movie night was off the chain, he sent in a text message. So, defense says, she says, So we try something new tonight. He says, call Italian. She says, one hotel roof, good for drinks and light bites. Smiley face, kiss face. Right? This is what she sent, right? Right. He says, baby, I'm stressed out. She says, I'm back to mommy mode. Okay. So then Garagos continues. So on September 19th, 2023, that corresponds that correspondence to I guess that corresponds to many chats we looked at yesterday. Okay. Pull up exhibit 1407. Not one by one. Okay. Okay. Go to page 48. I just want to highlight a few that I didn't think were in the chart. Exhibit DX 3187. Diddy writes, headed to Atlanta. Like I said, she's like, I want to show every nuanced little thing just so you know. So again, shoot, this dude might be up there all day. He might be up there for the whole damn day. Okay? But she is going through as much as she can, Garagos, to basically show proof positive that this was not coercive. This was not forced. This was not a woman that was threatened. This was a woman that was willing to be a part of these hibbity-dibbities. And she was down for it and excited for it. And that's it. But I don't know about all that. I'm going to say that. I don't know about all that. And we wait. And we wait for more ish. Okay? William, I mean, shoot. She definitely was down until she wasn't down anymore. But like I said, that's going to be the question I feel that's going to be sitting on everybody's minds the jurors' minds, when they go in to deliberate. Was this a woman who was willingly down for this? Or if she was not? But here's the thing. If she's out here going, ooh, I just called little Chefy poo. Stuff like that. I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Like, if she's saying stuff like that, yeah. Hell yeah, she looks like a willing participant. Hell yeah. But it's still going to be a wonder or a question on if she had a lasting impression. Okay? If she had a lasting impression in this particular in her testimony. To me, it was all over the place. I'm going to be real. I ain't taking nobody's side with that one. Okay? That one was all over the place. But at the same time, I always put in the back of my mind that if as soon as somebody says no, it could be 1,000, and then that 1,001 actual experience, that person says no, that means no, period. There's zero tolerance on that. And the one moments that she did talk about where she was involved in these situations where he's like, you're going to take this pill, you're going to go in there with Anton, and you're going to S that D, right? That's coercion. That's force. It's her sitting there going, no, I don't want to do it. After they just went into fisticuffs where she ran out of the home trying to get away from Diddy, him busting down doors and stuff. She comes back. He basically wrestles her to the ground, right? There's that whole altercation where she's got welts on her head and everything. That same night, he walks over to her and says, you're going to take this pill, you're going to walk in there, and you're going to S that D, and I'm going to watch you do it. If those allegations are true, if what she said is true, That is no bueno, guys. That's a crime right there. Now, I know he's not up for DV, but he's up for coercion for show. Yeah, I know that's allegedly. But see, there was apparently videos. Let's not forget that too. After everything, where her face had welts on it and everything. So again, come on, y'all. But like I said, it's going to be up to the jury to remember that information when they go into the deliberation room. Oh, also, it's the responsibility of the prosecution to circle back on that information when they do their closing arguments. Remember that too. Okay? Remember that too. Let's see. I'm reading some of your chat here really quick. First of all, the role played. Yeah, role played. Okay. They role played. I'm sorry. So how do we know what she meant? She said no, but still planned hotel nights, requested money to look good for the freak-offs. Then she has to be held accountable. I think that she does need to be held accountable for sure. I think that, like I said, I think that two things could be true at the same time. Think about this. Okay, you got somebody who's sitting here being put in this situation. Yes, let's not forget the love contract that she had with Diddy. Okay, and it's not like they had something written in paper. It was a verbal agreement, a verbal love contract, right? So two things could be true at the same time. Let's just say that she was doing these freak offs and she said no, but then suddenly she ended up saying yes because she didn't want, in her mind, she ends up finding out, she keeps on reminding herself that this is a guy who's paying for her rent to her home. Okay. By the way, it was month to month. It wasn't like a signed contract for her home where she's there for 2 years, right? It was a month to month rent. Okay. It was a month-to-month agreement for her home. Okay. So instantly, I'm sure in her mind, she's going, I don't want to lose my home. So I have to do this. So F it. Fine. I'll do it. Can't wait. Right. She puts on the act. But then in her mind, she's like, well, F this dude. I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to perform for him. But, I still need to feel something. I still need to feel something. So buy me some new clothes. And then he's like, all right, here's 15 grand. Enjoy yourself, right? Before they go to these freak offs. So again, like I said, two things could be true at the same time. Or it could literally be that she is just diabolical. And for some weird, strange, crazy, wild, messed up reason, she decided to turn the page on Diddy after the Cassie lawsuit came out, right? Just out of nowhere, she's like, F it. I'm jumping ship. This ship is sinking. I'm out. But I don't want to get in trouble. So I'm going to sit there and I'm going to work with the feds and I'm going to testify against them so I can work out a deal so I don't get in trouble and get thrown in jail or in prison for my participation in setting up all these freak offs as well. That could be it too. Because she never civilly went after Diddy in a lawsuit. She never did. Maybe she will later. I don't know. But she never did, right? So that's something to think about as well. Like I said, it could be two things could be true at the same time, or it could be one or the other. And that's literally it, right? But of course, it really depends on what happens here. It depends on how prosecution wraps everything up in a nice tight bow. Then on top of that, it's whatever the jury remembers when they go back into that deliberation room. Right? So that's something interesting. Let's see. Corvina. That's a good point. Apparently, it's not coercion. Jane and Diddy agreed to a love contract. So when does this become a crime? Well, they agreed to a love contract, right? Now, what I would like to know is, what does that love contract entail? Just, hey, you perform for me and that's it? If that's what it is, then that's something that they're going to have to talk about. And honestly, I wish they really went into that a little bit more, got into more detail, got into a little bit more of the nitty gritty, the details of the actual love contract. And I'm going to tell you this too. A love contract is a tale as old as time. There are plenty of guys out here, plenty of successful guys and successful women out here that have men and women that have their own version of a love contract. We've seen it a million times. Okay. So it does make you wonder, is it just I needed to perform in these freak offs? What does this love contract truly entail? Because if it's like, I need you to go and just perform for me for these freak offs, that's one thing. But if it's like, I need you to be on my arm when we go out, and then, when we go home, you give me a little bit of that loving. That's another question, right? That's the question. What does it entail? Because if it's specifically about freak offs, then yeah, then now we're back into the gray, right? Which is exactly what the defense ran with and played in like a mother lover. They ran and they made sandcastles, for crying out loud. They made a playground out of the gray when it came to the Jane Doe testimony. They did that for sure. But like I said, it's going to be up to the defense, or not the defense, I'm sorry, the prosecution, when they are doing their closing statements. And it's going to be 4 hours freaking long. Okay. Each of them get 4 hours long. They're going to have to break it all the way down for every single last person that's in that jury pool. It's going to be interesting. Okay. Because again, there's a lot of gray. There's a lot of freaking gray. Okay. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. That love contract is an important conversation and an important deal to talk about, for sure. Let's continue. The defense says, Combs writes, I can't even look. It will drive me crazy. Jane writes, muy caliente, with a sweating face. That ish was different. All of it. And those text messages were on September 24th of 2023, right? Yes. And this message says, we had a great DAW, a great DAW. Maybe she meant day. Maybe they meant day. Okay. We had a great DAW. Okay. Moving on. Defense says, okay, so then Jane writes, Daddy want to see mommy be bad tonight, right? Slide that D in me at the restaurant. No water emojis. Yes? Right. I feel like Garagos is just wanting to read this stuff out loud. She just wants to do voiceovers for spicy books. You know what I mean? For smut magazines. She's like, ooh. You know what I mean? She's like, I just need to read these because it just makes me feel naughty. Right? But she says, yeah, Jane writes, Danny want to see mommy be bad tonight, right? Slide that D in me at the restaurant. No water emojis. Yes. And then, of course, the agent says, right. Okay. Then she says, okay. So then she writes, I'm going to blow your mind tonight. Can't wait to lick your nipples. Nah, not the nipples again. The nut juice. The nut juice on the testicles. So again, I'm going to blow your mind tonight. Can't wait to lick your nipples. And then the agent says, right. Okay. Yeah. Right. She said that. This is getting weird. I used to be an Eagle Scout, an altar boy, and an Eagle Scout. The hell's going on here? Talking about nipples. Anyway, defense says Jane sends more emoji drools or emojis, drooling emojis. Okay. Then she writes, "It's sexy here in the hotel. Yeah, we need to run to the freak store. Let's skip ahead to 55." And I'm sure everyone's like, "Oh, finally, can we go?" So she writes, "I didn't have time to do my nails." And he says, he writes, "I effing love it." So again, they're sitting there trying to show like she was about it, man. She was a down ass B. She was with it. She wanted nothing but that D, or the D's, plural, because there would be more than one D in the room, right? Man, oh man, oh man. Stuff getting crazy. So, Jane's text describes balancing life with Diddy. So at times, Jane's life was a delicate balance between her passion for Diddy and her responsibilities as a single mother. Yeah, like I said, I know everybody's pretty much figured everything out, but I'm wondering if there is any custody battles about to be filed, especially after all this that's come out. Like, the stuff that's being said doesn't matter. It's bad. It's bad. I could see custody battles happening for this woman in the worst way possible. It's bad. But let's get into this, okay? So her responsibilities as a single mother and her passion for Diddy. So in a series of August 13th, 2023 texts to Diddy, she graphically described Hibbity Dibbity in the same breath as her back-to-school shopping list for her son. And this is what she referenced this as mommy mode. We saw this in the text messages, right? She said, "Okay, now back to mommy mode." But in the meantime, she's like, "I can't wait to lick your nipples. Then I got to go back to mommy mode," within the same breath. That's insane. And I can see why the defense is using this stuff and leaning hard in the paint on this stuff. Because as she's sitting there going, "Yeah, I got to get my little one some school supplies, number 2 pencils and Trapper Keepers and wide ruled notebooks. But I can't wait to S your D." Like, that's crazy. Back to mommy mode. That's insane. Okay? That's insane. Yikes. She's literally making cookies for the bake-off, for her kids' bake-off. And she's sitting there going, "I can't wait to get you off. Back to mommy mode." That's crazy. Okay? That's crazy. She a special one. She a special one. Okay? She a special one. She's like, I just bought some vanilla milkshakes on the way to my kids' school program. I'm just thinking of you. That's gross. Okay, that's gross. Ugh. Eesh. All right. So Diddy and Jane discussed NDA for new entertainer in August of 2023. In text messages from August 2023, Jane and Diddy discussed having an quote unquote entertainer sign a non-disclosure agreement. So Diddy asked Jane what she thought of the new guy. She replied, "He seems cool, babe. Hopefully he doesn't know anybody we know. LOL." Like Kanye West, your friend Kanye West. Just saying, because he likes freak offs too. Like I said, this is a weird thing that's going on in Hollywood, y'all. A weird thing that's going on in Hollywood. She also said that she would make sure the man signed the paperwork. Based on the messages reviewed in court by defense attorney Tina Gargos, it is unclear whether Jane followed through on the NDA or if they hired the entertainer for a hotel night. So they still try to get something going on with the guy, but then they don't know if he actually did sign that paperwork so that he can be a part of the Diddy train. Okay? That's interesting, though. Let's go back over to inner city inner shitty press and see if there's any new information. Making vegetable soup, thinking of you, honey. Back to mommy mode. Moving on. So Gargo says, let's just quickly look at this is just Jane and Diddy, right? Correct. That is. So line 913. This is on September 30th. Jane writes, "I love you, baby. Have a great show." This I won't repeat here, okay? There are no location entries until February 8th of 2024. Yeah. Just oof. I'm just heating up some leftover cream of broccoli. Just was thinking of you. Back to mommy mode. So yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. All right. I don't know. If I was the baby daddy, oof, I'd be talking to I would have been talking to my lawyers by now. Okay. Whole conversation, paperwork would already have been signed and filed by now. I'm just saying. I'd be like, my kid, what? Yeesh. Let me get full cuss. Nope. Not my kid. Okay. Crazy. Moving on. So they discussed flying in an entertainer. So they reviewed text messages between Jane and Diddy in late September of 2023. In the conversation, they discussed flight options for the entertainer Sly. Okay. And exchanged explicit messages. "I love being kinky for you. I love driving you wild." This is what Jane texted Diddy. Later, in later messages, Jane told Diddy that she needed to get outfits for the freaks from the freak store. I'm sorry, and that she was pale and hadn't done her nails yet. So he says, "I effing love it," he responded. The next day, Jane texted Sly in part, "Tonight was amazing as per usual." Again, let me just say this. All right. This is big, but you notice that they're not denying the transportation of S workers. They're not denying that, right? So they're not even talking about that. They're trying to gloss over that right now because him guilty on that. Him guilty as hell on that. Okay. But they're still trying to say, listen, they were setting these things up and being like, yo, Jane was about it. She loved it. She was all about this stuff. What are you talking about? This is the other thing, too, which is interesting. She's like, "I love being kinky for you. I love driving you wild." Then she's like, "Well, I need some outfits for from the freak store, and I haven't gotten a tan, and I haven't done my nails yet," which is clearly her sign or her way of trying to tell him, "Give me some money, give me some money, give me some money, give me some money, give me some money for those things," right? Like, "I love you and you're awesome, and I can't wait for tonight. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be insane. But I haven't gotten anything done yet." So, and he's like, "It's all good. You good?" But she also is basically trying to say, like, "I'd like to get my nails done. I'd like to get a tan. I want to get some new outfits for you. I want to go shopping. I still love you though." Right? So that's very interesting. Let's go back to Inner City Press, see if there's anything new. Let us see. Nothing yet. So we'll wait. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Let us see. Interesting. William. Okay. Substances don't make you go freak off or make you do freak offs. Um, there's still a choice. I used party substances when younger with lots of women, some rich, and substances weren't the reason. Um, well, that is true. I mean, I see your point there. I mean, not every actual encounter, not everything that you do is going to be just. It doesn't mean that once you do substances, you're going to automatically go out here and just be bumping uglies like crazy. No, I mean, you know what I mean. And also, just because someone doing substances while doing the hibbity dibbity doesn't automatically mean that they're being coerced as well. But like I said, there's a lot of thin ice there, though, right? So of course, you're making sure that whatever you're doing with that person is completely 110% consensual. Okay. And if you are, partaking in substances, that those substances are taken in a consensual manner, of course. And then, of course, you guys are doing whatever the hell you're doing whilst taking these substances, right? But I think with her, and then of course with Cassie, it was more of a numbing mechanism, right? It's to turn their brain off, not thinking about the things that they're about to do or what they are in the middle of doing, right? Which of course I get. I totally get that. But again, with the allegations of him walking up to somebody and going, take that pill, go in there and S that D, that's some serious, that's some serious-ish to say and do to somebody, right? That is definitely force, for sure, right? But again, those are allegations. There's footage, but is that footage strong enough to back those allegations about said encounter, right? And I guess that's something that, like I said, the jury's going to have to figure that out. Okay, let's move on though. So this one I won't repeat. There are no location entries until February 8th of 2024. So Garagos continues saying, KK asks Jonathan Perez, how does he look? So he put, you could put him in front of someone, but he just took a full bar. So I think he'll be asleep soon. They're talking about Zanny, just so you know. Okay. So I think he'll be asleep soon. So then they say, now can we turn off the public screen? So the public screen has been turned off this whole time. So people haven't even seen any of this stuff, right? They ain't even seen nothing. Okay. But again, that's some weird stuff that's going on with the screens. Okay. But nonetheless, yeah, everybody already asleep. Come on, let's keep it a bean. The Diddy docket just, putting in a comment. I mean, literally, this is it's like watching paint dry, See, right here, she says this. So right here, she says that too. It's like, okay, yeah, she did. She most definitely did. And yeah, they are pointing out that there were moments where Jane Doe was about that life. That's it. She about that life, period. But like I said, it's going to be up to the jury to make a decision on whether or not it was 100% consensual. So it says, okay, what we learned in investigating dozens of lawsuits against Diddy. And Cassie filed her lawsuit in 2023. All right. Her story of exploitation and attacks became a roadmap, charting a course for dozens of people to come forward with their own allegations of SA against one of the most powerful music producers in the world. Though Cassie reached a settlement the day after her complaint was filed, her lawsuit marked the beginning of what would become a Me Too music reckoning of spiraling proportions. Hold on. Well, I don't want that ish. Okay. Well, we'll just stop right there then, or we're going to stop before I have to continue reading the whole thing. But several striking patterns emerged in 78 actual attack lawsuits filed against Diddy as of May 1st. I didn't know it was that many. Damn. So now it's 78. I know that like Tony Busby was about to be like well over 100 and some odd lawsuits, and a lot of them were dismissed. A lot of them got thrown out because they were lying. Okay. But at the same, or just did not have enough proof. Real talk. All right. 4 of which have been settled, dropped, or dismissed. Like Cassie's, many lawsuits involve young artists or aspiring entertainers who believe Diddy could make or break their careers. And many, including Cassie, recount being offered what they believe to be substances or spiked drinks before losing consciousness. So he denied all these claims, of course. And of course, like I said, we already knew about that. We knew that that was going to be inevitable, that there are going to be people out here that are going to be telling the truth, right? But then there's going to be other people that are going to look at her lawsuit and try to follow the same things. Oh, I was given substances when I didn't want to do those substances. I drank something that was laced. And then all of a sudden to the point where they've talked about the baby oil being laced, right? And so far, they have said nothing about the baby oil being laced, okay? Not one drop of the baby oil being laced, okay? Just want to make that abundantly mother-loving clear because everybody was talking about that, okay? We were all talking about it. Could that be true? He was lacing the baby oil? And so far, we've heard nothing. They have not even said, even Cassie talked about it like, no, baby oil was not laced with anything, right? But people took that and ran with it. The people who did those lawsuits, they took that ish and they ran with it, saying, oh yeah, he doused me with something and then suddenly I couldn't move. And what's sad about it is they could still be telling the truth, but they throw in that little piece of information that has no backing to it, and people will start side-eyeing you. If your details are not 110% truthful, they're all going to be side-eyeing you. And then instantly you're looked at as a liar rather than someone who's trying to get justice. And that's what's so sad about it. And I don't know if that's being, made to be done by the likes of someone like Tony Busby, you know what I mean, or not. But still, people have been taking those patterns and trying to mimic those patterns in their own lawsuit. Like I said, not every single person is telling the truth. Okay, as much as I know we want to believe everybody. Okay. I know we got to believe, because we are innately good people out here. All right. We all just want justice. We all want people to pay the piper for what they've done. But there are going to be people out here that are going to use this as an opportunity to make money. Or they think that they can make some easy money because they got the man down. Right. Diddy's down bad. So they're like, oh, perfect opportunity to capitalize on this situation. And I'm telling you right now, that's why we see these allegations that come out after these big names. Not all of them are telling the truth, but a lot of them are. That's what I truly think. I don't think, okay, if Diddy is found not guilty of this, there is no coming back for Diddy. I need you guys to understand that. Okay, all the deals that he has, etc. Like, still, no matter what, his name, his brand, his legacy, everything that he has built is now rubble. It's smoking ash right now. There is no way he would ever be able to bounce back from this. There's no way. He'd have to save kittens from burning trees, okay? Save, people. I don't know. He'd have to go straight Mother Teresa up in this biznai for people to be like, okay, he good dude. He ain't that bad. He a nice man. I see him feeding the starving kids with bowls of rice. I see him. But I don't think no. And I don't think he's going to be that guy. Because then if he was to try to do that, everybody would be side-eyeing him. Everybody. Okay? Everybody. So, nah. I don't think there's any there is no way he's coming back from this, y'all. Ain't no way. Even if he's exonerated. Sure, there'll be people dancing in the street, doing the baby Diddy bop, you know what I mean? Just having a good old time. But nobody gonna be running with him, except the people that are still with him. Okay, his family, his close friends. But he's not gonna be out here being on Ellen, hanging out, getting scared by some weird little dude. He's not gonna be going on Jimmy Kimmel, sitting there talking about things anymore. They can't even joke with him anymore. They couldn't. Man, I heard about your parties. Your parties are crazy. He'd be like, yeah, man. You know, feds are crazy. They've been watching me since day one. He can't even make jokes anymore now. Everybody would be like, you got to lock the doors. Why do you got to lock the doors? What do you mean you got to lock the doors? Diddy, you just got out. You now starting to sound criminal again. You better watch what you saying, baby. Okay? Sorry, it's just not going to happen. Not going to happen. Yep, Harlem shaking in the streets. Okay, there'd be a very small parade outside. Okay, but this one to me has nothing. This is not like the O.J. Simpson trial where it was like heavily on race. This is not one of those, just in my personal opinion. Okay, he did these things. He may not have done everything. Okay, or the prosecution hasn't been able to prove everything, but he did some of these things, though, guys. Okay, we have plenty of male S workers going, yes, I came out and I did my thing. He said I had a nice booty, so I did my thing, just covered myself in baby oil, and then girlfriend looked good too. You know what I'm saying? So we did our thing. I bust, okay, and then I left. And yes, I'm from New Orleans, and so I got flown in. Okay, over here in New York and then over to LA about 11 times. Okay, yes, it was fabulous because I look good. I got that freezer meat. And then I got paid a lot of money. We've already heard all those people saying those things. It's a rap for him there. It is a rap. So when people are going, free Diddy, I just don't know why you think that. He is caught. You got S workers coming out the gate, kind of like these freak-offs, okay? Dropping bombshells harder than Hiroshima, okay? And they got paperwork, and they got the receipts. What else do you need? Free Diddy, my booty, okay? My booty. So, but as far as the RICO, the racketeerings, all that stuff, this dude getting locked up, dude. Homeboy gonna get locked up. That is inevitable. For how long? We don't know. But he out here, and he definitely had a hankering for hogs. Oh, man. He had a hankering for hogs. And that just consumed his entire life. A hankering for hogs and vegetable soup. I'm just saying. He likes 6-packs and hogs. And I'm not talking about beer and motorcycles. Yeah. So let's look at this, though. Let's look at this. Okay. I'm just saying, listen. Okay. Calm over chaos. Absolutely. Come on now. He done. Now, it just depends on how done he is. Okay. All right. It's like a piece of toast. You know, if you piece of bread, you put it into the toaster. You know, me, I like my toast like, with my eggs and stuff. I like my toast burnt. Okay. So my ish is all the way to like 12 and I ripped that damn knob off. Right. So burnt is like him in prison for the rest of his days, for life. Okay. He in there for life. Or he just a slight browning, right? A little bit of browning. So it's a little bit toasted. Okay. But it's still flimsy. All right. It's anywhere between those. But he's still going to be thrown in that toaster, baby. He's still toast. It just depends on how burnt he going to get toasted. You feel me? Okay? And yeah, I mean, when he's blessed up, when he's in prison, he's going to have plenty of milkshakes. Okay? Plenty of vanilla milkshakes at his beck and call. Okay? But he's not coming back from this, guys. I was thinking like 10 years, Anna. Okay? I'm thinking like 10, 15. That's what I'm thinking right there. Okay? If he's found not guilty on nothing, I'm going to be like, who got paid off? Period. Someone got paid off. It will be the biggest shock in the world if he gets off. Actually, if he gets away with this. Like, we can't say if he gets off because, he likes getting off. You know what I mean? He bussing. You know what I'm saying? He bussing everywhere. So let's get into this, okay? Here you have flight records for Jane going from LA to Miami 5 days before Diddy posts an IG video, right? The agent says, yes, you're right. Now, a phone call from Anton to Jane, 0 seconds. What does that mean? The clock starts at ringing. So in other words, he called her and then he hung up. Maybe it was a butt dial. Oh, man. Maybe it was a butt dial. You know what I mean? And Monique, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for saying that. Okay. Like I said, you know what I mean? I am on the side of I want facts and I want justice to be served. There are things that are in here that you cannot deny Diddy did. There's a lot of other things, though, where you go, well, is that really coercion? Is that really the taking of somebody, like kidnapping and all that? Is it really or no? Right? Did the prosecution do a good job presenting those things for sure? I say not everything, baby. Not everything. But there's other things that you just cannot deny that he did. And they are literally the ground balls of this literal trial. Okay. The home runs are literally the racketeering and RICO charges. If they can really get a home run like that, I'd be surprised. I will be shook if they get away with that. Real talk. I will be absolutely freaking shook if they get the RICO or the racketeering. But the other things, pros, STing, those things, he done. The extortion, he done. They're not even challenging it, y'all. They didn't even challenge it. The defense didn't even challenge it. The things that his team is not defending or even challenging, it says enough. That says it all. Okay? It says it all. And I'm going to say this too. Doesn't matter. Like, we're looking at this and seeing Jane being a willing participant, sure. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Do you understand? Sure, she's a willing participant, but he still was bankrolling this ish. He still was the one who was paying these people to do these things, to come in here and dig her out. He was paying those people. It may not have been directly from his hands, but 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, it was from his hands. See what I'm saying? He was robbing himself to pay Peter and Paul, literally Paul, through Jane. Or Fahim. Here's the money. Make sure that 5 is in Paul's hands before he leaves, right? And Fahim, I'll reimburse you when we get done, right? And then Fahim would take notes of it, writing it down. Yeah, such and such February 1st, 2024, freak off $5,000. He was writing it down because he doesn't want to forget that stuff. That's $5,000, baby. Damn, that's a lot of money. You know what I mean? So again, he was still, he was robbing Peter to pay Paul and Cabral. Okay? Real talk. But it was all through his own accounts. They did the paperwork, babies. They followed the mother-loving money. There are Zelle accounts or transactions. There's transactions from JP Morgan. There are receipts of him buying plane tickets for people named Sly. Okay? That's done. That stuff is done. But if the jury doesn't see that, I'm telling you right now, someone got paid. And I said it, I don't care. I don't give a okay? So, that is enterprise. You ain't wrong with that. But that's the thing. Will the jury use their brains and go, yep, that sounds like an enterprise? I don't know. But the other stuff, like I said, ground balls. They're just like, go and catch it, son. Come on, buddy. It's just an easy ground ball. Just pick it up and throw it the first. Pick it up, scoop it up, throw it the first. As fast as you can. Go ahead. These are easy ground balls. Not even pop flies, not even home runs. These are just literal, simple shoot. It's a bunt. Okay? It's a dead ass. Like, the bunt. Okay? Which is so annoying. I hate it because it's clear. When the guy goes up the bat, he about to swing and he suddenly goes, which is telling the whole world I'm about to bunt and run my ass off to first. Okay? We talk about bunts. And also here, let me just say this too. Those pitches aren't even pitched. The balls aren't even being pitched. It's on a freaking tee thing. They're playing T-ball with those charges. Simple charges that you can see from space. That's what we're seeing right now. But as far as the big ones, those home runs that are actually being pitched to you, I don't know if they're going to be able to hit that. That sounded weird, but you know what I mean. High key, low key. I don't know if they're going to be able to hit that. I don't know if the prosecution has successfully shown that for sure. But we'll see. We'll see. But we already know Diddy had a hankering for hogs. Moving on. And he could not shake it. He's like, I can't quit you. Specifically talking to the hogs. That's it. Not even to the human being. He's just talking to the hog. Okay? I can't quit you. Okay? His own version of Brokeback Mountain. Let's move on. So we don't have the public screens on. So play this video. And then so you hear audio, or people can hear the audio. Beautiful day like this, a bass playing. What? A bass playing? What is this? Is this some weird beat poetry going on in the background? Doom, 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 doom. I'm a bird. Flying through the sky. Like, what's going on here? A bass playing. What? Okay. So that was June of 2024, correct? So the agent says, yes. So they say, let's play a little bit more of the video. Oh, 3 jurors' devices are not working. They are having device issues, technical issues all day long. Okay. But I don't know what they're doing, like spoken word or something like that. I'm feeling like a bird flying through the sky, the oppression like rain on feathers. You know what I mean? Like, what is going on? What is going on? Anyway, we have more devices charged up. So we'll hear the music. Now play the entire video. Now in this one, let's jump ahead to minutes 7 and 8. Okay, they watch it and then they say, and then now let's go to minute 19. So they're looking at more videos. Ugh. It's annoying. Okay. Let's see what they say here. Jane and Diddy spoke about getting, we already read about this earlier, but let's take a look at this. They spoke about getting an NDA in August of 2023 for a male worker for a night in Las Vegas. So Jane texts Diddy asking if one of his guys could print a NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. He doesn't know anyone. He doesn't know anyone we know, so I'll have him sign the paper. This is what Jane said. Let's go over to CNN for more coverage. So, jury saw a text about Diddy's Wild King nights at Jane home. Okay. So there's text messages from February 19th of 2024 between KK, Diddy, and Brendan Paul, the mule, who says he's not the mule, right? So let's move on. In the text messages, KK asked if Diddy was Wild King Night mode active or Gucci bag active. And Paul responded in between the two. Paul previously testified that the messages referred to a Wild King Night at Jane's home that he helped set up. And this is also, if I'm correct, this is the same night where they got into a fight. She got hurt. He forced a pill down her throat and made her go S some D, right? If I'm correct, that's the same night. So the special agent confirmed that February 19th, 2024 was not listed as an event on the summary chart and that he did not review any messages between Diddy, Jane, or a third party around that date. So defense attorney Garagos reviewed additional messages between KK, Paul from around that time discussing Diddy. In the messages, KK asked if they were just chilling at Jane's home, and Paul confirmed that they were. Flight records show Jane flew to Miami before Diddy's May 2024 apology video. Okay. And remember, she said, I was in his home. We woke up to the sun waking us up saying, hey, there's this lawsuit just dropped. This is crazy. Then he ran downstairs to hang out with his family and discuss what their next move was going to be. And then, of course, remember, they were sitting down. He was like writing out a script, basically, like an apology script, right? That she reviewed. And she said, the one that he did, I didn't like. I liked what he had planned to do before, but then he rewrote it and changed it. And from what we understand, Diddy's lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, is the one who said, we are not going to do the one that you first wrote. We're going to redo it again. We're going to rewrite the script so that you're not incriminating yourself in certain things, which is interesting, right? So it's all because of his lawyer, Mark Garagos, is the reason why we're seeing the video, or is the reason why we see that version of that IG video, right? Which is interesting. So, of course, Garagos confirmed that with the special agent that the records listed in the summary chart do not indicate any evidence of third-party meeting with Diddy and Jane during that time in Miami. So she was out there with him. Maybe there was no freak off that happened in May of 2024, which is still very, very possible, right? Let's go back over to NBC. Man, they just keep on seeing more and more freak off videos. I'm serious. I'm sure they're like, I don't want to see anything Eshwell for like at least a month. You know what I mean? So the panel is shown, the jury is shown more footage of Jane and S worker Paul in a freak off session from July 31st to August 1st of last year. As the 90-second clip played, it appeared 3 jurors had defective headsets, but it was quickly diagnosed that they had just failed to turn them on properly. So the defense wants to show any act that suggests Jane Doe had free will and could have left Diddy at any moment. So there's that. Okay. So, oh my God, she said something. She said 2 words that I cannot wait for that to be true. She said, almost done. And I hope she means her cross. I really hope she means her cross. So let's take a look at this. So it says here, please stop it here. Do you see the message from Jane? I have the best memories. I have I think I have just a few questions to ask about Exhibit 1409. Bring up 1408. Do you see account transfer $22,000? The agent says yes. Yeah, she's almost freaking done. Ay. Sheesh, mang. Holy crap. Sheesh. Let's freaking. Somebody said, can almost be now? Yeah, almost done. She lying. She said, I only have an hour and 15 minutes. It's like, you straight lie. You straight lie. Why are you lying like that? Oh. Yeah, how much more? I'd like to know too. We got some things to talk about what's going on overseas, which is wild. Let me just preface this really quick, okay? Or actually, real quick, Kaz, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm so glad because you're brilliant. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for watching from across the pond. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, love. Thank you, Kaz. Appreciate it a lot. Seriously, okay. I love what I do. Especially trials like this, like when it comes to the Idaho 4, we're going to be going and covering the Idaho 4 for sure. Okay. Just so y'all know. All right. We are covering that. I'm just waiting for it to actually happen. And it doesn't look like they're doing any type of extension. It looks like they are indeed going to go into trial in August. So a little bit early, mid-August, August 11th, if I'm correct. They're going to be going into the trial, or at least jury selection starts August 11th for the Idaho 4. But that's not going to be, it ain't Diddy. You know what I mean? This stuff is crazy. But with the Idaho 4 stuff, that's a different kind of crazy. So, it's not every day that you have a trial like the one that we're covering right now. A lot of times we're seeing tragic stuff like the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 situation where it's sad. You know what I mean? It's just very, very sad nonetheless. So, this one just has a little bit more leeway for the lightheartedness, Idaho 4 is going to be pretty serious and pretty tough. Because I want justice for that one really, really bad. And we've been covering that one for years, since those kids lost their life. So it's a tough one. That's going to be a tough one for sure. Like I said, it's not every day that these trials, these cases are like a Diddy trial. You got the Harmony Montgomery ones, which are really, really tough. You know what I mean? That really grab at your heartstrings if you care about human life. Stuff like that. It's tough. But nonetheless, we are talking about those things. We are covering those things for sure. But then also at the same time, we are still covering things that are going on overseas as well. We talk about all the things that are going on in this world, right? So we will be talking about that, I think, very shortly here, depending on if Garagos is freaking done here, because she should be. Stick a fork in you. You're done. Okay? So, moving on, they're talking about this transaction, this transfer of $22,000. They said, do you see that on the account? The agent says, yes. So, in Exhibit 1409, it was Jane Fuentes Transportation. Do you see that it has $151.99 for Jane's true name, and also Cabral Williams. It's hard, and then I guess it's hard for me to see the lines, but can you move the cursor up so they shift? They I guess the public screen is still off. So Garagos continues, basically saying $324.50 and $760.25. I don't know where they're going with that, but we're going to find out soon enough. We will find out soon enough. But I also do want to talk to you guys about this as well. Apparently, and this is a little bit of a left turn, sorry guys, but there's a lot of things that are going on overseas that we do need to talk about for sure. But some wild stuff is going on, like the fact that you have, well, Trump came in and said that there was a ceasefire yesterday, that they agreed within an allotted amount of time that there was going to be a ceasefire. Israel was going to go their way. Iran is going to go their own way. And America is just going to sit where they've been, right? And that there's not going to be any more craziness at all. And it's going to stop, right? What is so weird, okay? What is so interesting is that last night, even more craziness continued into this morning, to the point where Trump responded to this thing basically saying, I don't know what the F they're doing. He literally said that on live television. He dropped the F-bomb because he was this shook and this surprised that Iran and Israel were still in fisticuffs with each other. Now, they said, hey, he goes, oh, look at that. We're America. We did something amazing. Now give me my Nobel Peace Prize, right? That's what he said yesterday, basically. Say, I don't know. They're not going to give it to me. They don't want to give me the Peace Prize. They don't want to give it to a Republican. They don't like to give it to a Republican. That's what he said, right? And then overnight, they still dropping boom booms. So that he wakes up the next day, and of course, paparazzi, press, etc., are out there going, where is he? We need to hear what's going on. Excuse me, Mr. President, they still dropping bombs over there, baby. And he says, oh, I honestly don't even know what the F they're doing. Verbatim. Oh, my God. Oh, and he thought that by stepping in and just going boom, 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 and then going, I ain't in it. I ain't part of the group chat, but we gonna make peace in the Middle East. There will be peace. What happened? Nothing. He says, we did a ceasefire. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be amazing. God bless America. God bless the world. God bless Iran. God bless Israel. And they were like, you think we cool? Oh, no, we ain't cool. And we ain't done releasing these missiles. So we're just going to keep on shooting them. While you think over here in America, drinking your lattes and your big gulp diet Cokes and your Big Macs, okay? While you're doing that, we're going to continue firing off at each other. Just so you know, okay? Thank you. And that's literally what's going on right now. Whole milk lattes. But you see what I'm saying? This is the world that we live in now. This is the world that we live in now. Oh my God. Okay, let's continue. We're going to be going into that today. At some point, we're going to be talking about the Israel-Iran-ish, because we definitely need to talk about it. But that's the thing. The powers that be that run these platforms, they don't like us talking about these things. And that's what's so frustrating about it. But this is what's going on in the world. They don't like us talking about what's going on with Ukraine and in Russia and all that stuff. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want us to talk about it. Right? Yeah, Jane. It's kind of like, boom, boom, boom. Okay? We hit your facilities. Now let's make peace. Right? That makes no sense. You think that they're going to be cool with that? No. But let's move on. Okay. So screens are still off. So then Garagos continues. $324.50, $760.25. So then, meanwhile, Diddy passes a note to Nicole Westmoreland, still seated at his right, who then whispers to Agnifilo. So Garagos continues. Let's go to page 96. Diddy's personal bank account records. So it says a total of $74,000. There's an account transfer to the LCC. Maybe it's the LLC. Maybe it's an LLC. So again, yes, there is. So, Your Honor, can I have a moment? One more video, and then we're done. Oh, my God. Come on, be done already. The one that wasn't working this morning. Turn off the attorney's screens. You reviewed this particular video's metadata, right? So then he says, which chart? That's a great question. Okay. Can we play that, please? So they play it. Yeah, no kidding. This person on here said, OMG, we're dying here. Yeah, this is enough already. Okay. Have mercy. Okay. But again, what is going on here? Come on. Because apparently there was a video that was not working earlier that they're trying to play again. And she's trying to wrap it up, B. The orchestral music has been playing for the last hour and a half, just so you know. Orchestral music has been up and playing. They have not figured out they could just cut off the mic, cut off her mic so she could just walk off the stage. They haven't done that yet, but hopefully she's getting the memo by now. Because, dear God, this is like watching paint dry. Just like watching paint dry. But hold on. Let me see here. Yes, guys, please hit that like button down below, please and thank you. Okay? Please and thank you. Don't forget to hit that like button down below. That'll be amazing. In fact, hold on. Let me just see what else is going on here. Let me just take a quick look on this other screen here really quick. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, that's that. Just checking a few things, guys, before as we sit and wait. Come on. All right. Let's see. Yeah, and then they're still talking about like Iranian. Is it Iran or Iran? Because I hear it so many different ways. I hear it in both those ways. Is it Iran or Iran? Okay. I'm quite curious about that. But anyway, they're talking about sleeper cells getting activated here in America. Now everybody's worried about 4th of July. This is just getting nuck and futz. Okay, but let me refresh this real quick. Let me see where we're at. We got a few updates from CNN, so we're gonna get in there too. Yeah, see? Yeah, come on. Let's go. Wrap it up, B. Okay. Wrap it up, B. Okay. Wrap it up. Respectfully. So records show Diddy paid for Jane and entertainers' travel from personal account, but summary chart lists travel manager as payer. That okay. Because remember, they're talking about like, hey, he did this through what the prosecution is trying to show is that he did all of this through his enterprise. Or sorry, they're trying to show enterprise, of course. RICO charges enterprise by saying that he was doing all of these transactions through his business, through his LLCs. But the fact that these are personal, that may not work. So again, they're not denying that he went and paid for pros, that he paid for S workers and pros. They're not denying that. They're just saying, well, actually, he paid through his personal account and not through his LLC. This is not through Bad Boy Incorporation or Bad Boy Entertainment LLC or Bad Boy whatever. He paid this through his own money. So, again, like I said, he is going to be found guilty on a few things. Not everything, though, but he will be found on of good few things. Like I said, the ground balls for sure. Okay, which is the pros and all that. The racketeering and the enterprise RICOs and all that, that's going to be another one. That's going to be a little bit of a stretch. Okay. So we'll see. So, okay, Garagos showed the jury records from September and November 2023, indicating that Diddy paid invoices from his personal account to his travel management company for travel and accommodations for Jane and entertainers around alleged hotel nights. You didn't write that Diddy personally paid for this, Garagos asked, okay, the Homeland Security Special Agent, referring to the summary chart he helped prepare for the prosecution. That's a big deal. That is a big deal. Okay? That is most definitely a big freaking deal. Just making you guys aware. That's not good. And that's where it's like the details, the devil's in the details. Absolutely. That should have been in there. That's a big mistake. But is that all the time? Did he overlook that all the time? That's something I think the defense needs to present, right? The government summary chart lists the travel manager as having paid for the expenses. So we'll see what happens. Jury watches more explicit videos of Jane. Yeah, they can't get enough of showing off Jane in these freak offs. Okay, so again, they played additional explicit videos of Jane from around July 31st and August 1st. The jury viewed more than 6 minutes of these clips. Garagos says she has one more explicit video to play for the jury before concluding her examination. Okay, so the video was created on December 17th, 2021. Let's see if there's new updates here. Holy crap. Okay, so they play the video and then Garagos says, "Thank you, agent. Please go back to keeping New York City safe." And then she laughs. She's kind of being a butthole, it seems like. So the judge says, redirect. And then prosecution says, briefly. Did we just see Diddy paying for the travel of Cabral Williams from Atlanta to Florida across state lines? Objection from Garagos. But what's crazy is this is exactly what they're trying to prove. Moving a S worker across state lines. Okay? Period. So moving on. Objection. So do the charts represent every text message in this case? The agent says, no, it doesn't. Let's pull up the message before this date. Garagos says, objection, beyond the scope. So Garagos did it. So we can't. Judge says sidebar. Oh my God. Oh my God, you could take my soul. Just take my soul. Just take my soul. Just let me transcend right now. Just take me now. Dear Lord. Another freaking sidebar, man. Come on. And it's crazy. They're like, briefly. Redirect? Yeah, briefly. Okay. And now we have a freaking sidebar because they asked a question that they're alleging Garagos asked a second ago too. I Chihuahua. I Chihuahua. Oh my golly. Here we go. As we wait. As we wait. Did we just see Diddy paying for the travel of Cabral Williams from Atlanta to Florida across state lines? That's the whole point. That's one of the main reasons why they're in that room in the first place. And of course, Garagos is like, wait a second, objection, hell no, right? Are we showing proof of that right there? Are you helping us out, defense? Objection. Do the charts represent every text message in this case? No. Okay, then. Let's pull up the message before this date. Objection beyond the scope. Well, Miss Garagos did that. Why can't we? That doesn't make any sense. And I agree. I agree with what the prosecution's saying there. If they can pull up everything else before these freak off nights, before these hotel nights, why can't prosecution do the same damn thing? That makes no sense, guys. That makes no sense. Let's go over to NBC, see if they got some more information for us. Wrong video showed in court. So a video of a freak off was to be played in court, but shortly after, defense attorney Garagos said the deputy played the wrong video that was in evidence. The correct video was then played. So they said that, like, no, we didn't need to see the one where it's, with her in the red lingerie. We need the one with her in the black lingerie. So that's the wrong video, y'all. Okay. Wow. So the defense ends cross. Okay. So they finish. Okay. Their cross examination on this agent. All right. This agent was a conduit for both sides to get several videos and text messages into evidence, which is exactly what they did, which is one of the reasons why this whole thing's been so damn boring and annoying. Right. So let's move on. Okay, well, that's the other thing. So prosecution's starting their redirect. All right, let's hope that this freaking sidebar is not a long sidebar. And it looks like it could very well be a long sidebar. Oh, dear Lord. At the near end of this doggone thing. At the near end of this doggone thing. Yeah, Lord have mercy. How many videos do they got? They got a lot. Okay, just alone. One of the nights alone had 50 different videos. They have well over, let's just say, to be safe, well over 50. Well over 50 videos. One of the nights, we talked about it yesterday, if I'm correct. One of the nights, he filmed 50 different clips from that night alone. 50 from one night alone. So imagine how many videos they got. Okay? They got plenty. They got plenty. Trust. And that's just one night. Insane. So this ain't over yet. And this jury seen literally his greatest hits. Okay? Like I said, Diddy's greatest hits. And it's not his songs. Definitely not his songs. Besides, he didn't write any of his lyrics in the first place. What did he say? I don't write lyrics. I don't write rhymes. I write checks. He literally said that in a song. So yeah, he admits to not writing his own stuff. He got ghostwriters for days, but they all do. They all do. They all do. Okay, we're back. Sheesh. So they had their sidebar. Garagos got in her fee-fees a little bit there. So prosecution says, in this time frame, did you see any messages between Jane and Diddy that were sexual or affectionate in nature? No, I did not. No further questions. So then the judge says, "Do you rest?" Subject to what? So then the judge says, "Jurors, take a break." So now they're having a break. What kind of break are we looking at here? Is this a lunch break? The prosecution rested its case against Diddy at 1:30 p.m., wrapping up multiple weeks of testimony. So they have rested. So they are done. They are freaking done. They are freaking mother-loving done. Okay. So good news, right? It's over for prosecution. Okay. Wrapping up the middle of the, multiple weeks of testimony, the jury heard from 34 witnesses, most prominently Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassie. She accused Diddy of physical control and having her participate in substance-fueled sexual encounters with male S-workers. The pregnant Cassie testified for 4 grueling days that she did not want to engage in freak-offs, but just didn't feel like I had much of a choice. So rapper Scott Mescudi, or Kid Cudi, or Mescudi, maybe it's Mescudi, Kid Cudi, okay, testified about his relationship with Cassie and the volatile nature, toxic nature of her relationship with Diddy. Other key witnesses included a former personal assistant to Diddy who went by the pseudonym Mia, and of course, Jane Doe, one of his other girlfriends, very, very current ex-girlfriend. Mia accused him of actually attacking her on multiple occasions and said she witnessed Diddy lashing out violently against Cassie. Like I said, even Mia's testimony, I believe 75% of it. I don't believe it all, but I believe the parts that she witnessed Cassie getting attacked. I do believe that. Her getting SA'd, that's still up in the air. I'm still side-eyeing that. Okay? For sure. But Mia, I think, has seen a lot, experienced a lot with Cassie, and I believe those moments. Okay? Mia also described cleaning up after these couples' hotel nights, or, their freak-offs. Jane Doe testified to participating in these hotel nights, sleeping with S-workers to please Diddy. His constant need for actual action, for entertainment, left her sore, tired, exhausted, and overwhelmed, Jane said. Let's not forget, Jane said basically the same things that Cassie went through as well. She was sore, tired, exhausted, overwhelmed. Sometimes she felt like it was torture, that she was just going through the motions, etc. But nonetheless, pretty crazy. Let's see what CNN has to say. Prosecution rest their case. So they're going for a lunch break. So now there is a freaking mother-loving lunch break. So I'm wondering what's going to happen after they come back from their lunch break. That's kind of what I'm curious about. What's going to happen when they get back? Are they going to be like, okay, we're adjourning for the day? Or no? I am quite curious. Let's see. Hold on. How long is the break? How long is this mother-loving break? See ya. Okay. Okay. So again, this has been very, very interesting. I am going to go and take a quick bathroom break, and then I'm coming right back because there's a lot to discuss. Do I think that they have it all in the bag? I don't know. But I do think that we they have a few things. They most definitely do. Okay. They do have a few things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go use the restroom really quick, stretch the legs for a few seconds, and then I'll be back because I don't think that they're going to be here. I don't think that they're going to be keeping the jury there for very long. I mean, again, the defense might call somebody up out of nowhere, but I doubt that's going to happen. We already knew that they said that they're planning on resting, that they're not bringing any witnesses whatsoever. We're talking about the defense. Defense is not bringing in anyone. Okay. So again, really, really bad. It's not the greatest look for Diddy, but then again, it's not unprecedented. It's not uncommon for them to do something like that. So we'll see. I just feel like with somebody like him of all people, he definitely would need people representing and stepping up for him in this situation. But again, no one's coming in to speak on his behalf, which is insane. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom, and we're going to take a listen to the fantastic Law and Crime and their breakdown of everything that has gone on today. Again, prosecution has rested. They are officially done. So it looks like Thursday will be closing arguments, which is going to be massive. Okay, that's going to be a big, big day. And those closing arguments could bleed into Friday. And then Friday, the jury will go into deliberation, and then it'll be a wrap. Then we'll find out whether or not Diddy is guilty or no. So I'm going to be right back, guys. Okay. I'll be right back. We're going to get into this conversation. Take a listen to this. I'm just taking a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. So I'll see you guys in a minute.
She's trying to coordinate and set up these sexual episodes that are at the center of this criminal case. And I will tell you, a lot of the messages also try to hit upon the idea, is this really racketeering? Is this a criminal enterprise? Because there are a number of messages where arguably Sean Combs is trying to set up these hotel nights or these sexual episodes and not have his staff know. So if the prosecution is saying the staff was an integral part of this, and they were setting up all of these events, and they were facilitating these episodes of sex trafficking, why was he not including them in the loop? Why was he trying not to have them be aware of it? It doesn't fit into a neat, concrete case of sex trafficking and racketeering. So there's a lot to break down here. We're going to take more of your questions. I want to bring on my all-star panel. So not only are we going to be taking your questions, I'm also going to be breaking down what's happening in court in real time. There's no cameras in the courtroom. There's no audio equipment in the courtroom. But we do have live reporting, and we'll break it down for you in real time. I'm joined right now by trial attorney Afi Patterson and also criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and partner of Zealous Advocates, Jeremy Eldridge. It's great to have you. Oh, look, and we also have with us Melba Pearson, civil rights and criminal law attorney, former prosecutor. Melba, I know they were trying to get you up. I'm so happy to see you. Okay, it's great to have you all here. Melba, I'll start with you. Am I right? Am I right that these messages that the defense is picking out is not only to say to the jury, hey, these charts are unreliable, doesn't include full context, but is this really racketeering? Is this really a criminal enterprise that Sean Combs used all of his associates and his businesses to carry out episodes of sex trafficking? Why was he keeping them in the dark?
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. And I take a different tact when it comes to the text messages. I think that the text messages that show the deep involvement of Christina Courtroom, the chief of staff for Diddy, are going to be the key aspects that the prosecution should be focusing on, especially when they get to closing arguments. Because she clearly, as chief of staff, she was not his personal assistant, like not tied in some way, shape, or form to Bad Boy Productions or Bad Boy Enterprises. No, she was an integral part of the entire corporation. So with her being the leader in terms of booking the flights for the sex workers, making sure that Diddy had snacks and IVs and all of these things for the freak off / hotel nights, that's going to be the avenue to show that he was involved in racketeering more so than whether or not a random, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but like a random administrative assistant who may have purchased drugs for Diddy, they may not have known necessarily what was going on in the freak offs, even though, again, many of them did get on the stand and say that they were aware and that they had to play some role in making sure the room was ready, etc.
I'm going to read some updates from court. By the way, it may get a little graphic. So when you see these messages between Jane, alleged victim 2 in this case, and the purported sex workers or Combs, they're sexually explicit. So I'll do my best to kind of like work through the gray area of that. So this agent's being cross-examined by Tenny Garagos, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys. And Garagos says, let's just quickly look at, this is just Jane and Combs. The agent says, correct. Line 913. September 30th, Jane writes, I love you, baby. Have a great show. This, I won't repeat here. There's no location entries until February 8th, 2024. That's, again, what complicates the case if she is a victim of sex trafficking or not. So let me go to you now, Jeremy. We have a question. Okay. This is from Denise Lopez. If they prove RICO, so racketeering conspiracy, and the government seizes his assets, what happens to the lawsuits that have been filed? So he's been facing, I don't know, upwards of 25, 30 lawsuits since all of this began in 2023. What happens?
Well, first of all, the prosecution is going to take priority over civil cases. And that's why civil cases often are told or are held in abeyance up until a prosecution is finalized. Now, in certain situations, and this is more common in economic crimes, if we think that victims are going to receive money, for instance, the prosecution of Bernie Madoff, victims can be made whole through that prosecution. Here, where a lot of the individuals who are suing him are not necessarily a party, a witness, or someone that is looking to be compensated as a result of their testimony in this case, then it's unlikely, if the government decides to seize all of his assets, that he may end up having money to pay any potential civil cases. So the question then becomes, for the attorneys representing those victims, is there a purpose in proceeding? Did he go into bankruptcy? Will a different federal court end up having some decision-making authority in how those assets are distributed if he ends up having paper judgments against him? But once again, we call them paper judgments because even if these victims go into court, even if they end up getting some money in the end, those paper judgments have to be enforced. There have to be money to pay them. And so like you said, if the prosecution ends up taking a large amount of his money or his assets, there may not be money left for anyone else.
And I think the bottom line of this is, whatever the conclusion of this case should be by the end of the week, probably not likely the end of the week, but even by next week before the July 4th holiday, the story doesn't end there. There is a lot more that is going to be coming forward because of all of the civil suits as well. By the way, I thought I was looking sharp with my striped suit today, and then Jeremy comes in with a whole pink suit. I mean, the guy has to one-up me. I don't even know what to say here. Am I a little self-conscious? Yes, I am, but it's fine. He pulls it off well. Okay. Got a question. Okay, first we have an update. Sean Combs' defense attorney, Ms. Garagos, says, Christina Coram asked Jonathan Perez, how does he look? You could put him in front of someone, but he just took a full bar, so I think he'll be asleep soon. Now we can turn off the public screen. Public screen's been off this whole time. Not really sure how that provides context to everything that's going on. Afi, got a question here from Stella. The defense not putting forward many witnesses because they think the prosecution's case has holes in it and their cross-examinations have been successful. By the way, love you, Jesse. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, Stella. Really appreciate that. Okay, so do you think that if they don't put on really a case, they don't call any defense witnesses like Stella asked, is it because they feel confident right now? They feel their cross-examination has done the job?
No, I don't think that they feel confident. I think that anybody that they put on is going to just open them up to so much scrutiny, and the prosecution is going to pull more from them than the defense can even offer. And I don't think that they've been making waves with their cross-examination. I'm thinking of Capricorn's Clark, her cross-examination. They really didn't poke any holes in the kidnapping. They really didn't poke holes. I don't even think they crossed Cassie Ventura's mom, so they didn't really poke holes in any of the extortion. I think that what the defense has been successful in is a smokescreen, and that smokescreen is, talking about Jane, talking about Cassie, talking about their text messages, talking about how, they must have desired this lifestyle. They must have wanted it there's no RICO. And I just don't think that it's been successful. I don't think that they'll be able to do much or offer much of a defense. So that's why they don't have anyone to put on. And that's why they'll just be offering whatever exhibits can come in tomorrow. I think that they really are kind of relaxing now, if you will, and they're going to just rely on appeal, and they're doing everything to preserve all of their rights and opportunities for appeal.
See, here's the thing, Melba. This is not a clean case. I'll make the argument. I think it's a stronger case of sex trafficking for Cassie than it is for Jane. I think Jane is quite problematic. Having said that, we heard the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes, who explains the complicated relationship and the complicated factors in a abuser-victim relationship. But when you have a question like this, I'm about to read it to you, you wonder, what's the jury going to be taking away? Do they really believe she consented? Do they really believe she was on board with all of this? Because Allison Jones asks, could the behavior of the women be explained by Stockholm syndrome, kind of like a kidnapper relationship? Now, I don't believe, I could be wrong, I don't believe Dr. Dawn Hughes used that term per se, but you wonder if there could be an overlap. Having said that, the juries are also going to use their common sense and wonder whether or not these are real victims of sex trafficking, not victims of a toxic, violent relationship. They could believe that, but that's not what the federal charges are here. So again, could the behavior of the women be explained by Stockholm syndrome, Melba?
Yes, I've actually described it as such in talking about this case. I do believe Dr. Hughes used terms like trauma bonding, as well as using the term of gaslighting, and in the way that these women were manipulated to continue with these things that they really don't want to do. And I think what's going to be critical is that Jane said over and over and over again, like every other text message is, I just want to have a normal relationship. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm doing this to make you happy. And so how many different ways can she say that she wants to be in a relationship with him without these aspects, yet she continues to stay? And then, of course, the very damning voicemail that Diddy left telling her that she needs to be on her job. Now, of course, that could cut both ways, but I think that definitely shows that there was a clear transaction here in terms of, you need to do this, and if you don't do this, the consequences will be you're going to be unhoused or not be able to take care of your son, et cetera, et cetera. So there is definitely that Stockholm syndrome component in terms of they're in love with their abuser, and they have, moments of clarity where they're like, I demand respect, but in the next breath, they still go back and succumb to the things that they don't want to do. So I definitely think that that's something the jury can get their minds around. But again, it can be very complicated, especially when it comes to Jane.
And the jurors are human beings, right? And you wonder, is there a concern? Will they not base the decision? You ask this in any case, but you're worried that they will not base the decision on the facts and the law, but on some other factor, emotion, whatever it might be. Which is why, Jeremy, we get this question from Nancy Nicole D. Do you think jury nullification is possible on the Mann Act charge, transportation to engage in prostitution, which I've said feels like a slam dunk for the prosecution. If they're trying to say that Sean Combs transported people, sex workers, and alleged victims for the purposes of sex work, for the purposes of prostitution, you look at the travel receipts, the messages, the payments, the testimony, it feels like a straightforward case. But here's the question. Do you think jury nullification is possible on the Mann Act charge? And moreover, do you think this historic check on overreach is warranted, as many have called it bedroom policing in this case? So kind of two questions. I'll throw these questions in order for you, Jeremy. A, what's jury nullification? B, do you think it's possible that we could see jury nullification even on a charge that feels the most straightforward as the Mann Act? And C, do you think that this is an overreach by the federal government?
So jury selection, or jury nullification rather, is this idea that, and it's really, this is such a good example for this case, that Diddy can put out other information into the ether that may not be relevant to the charges, but may be relevant to one of the prosecution witnesses' credibility. And it inflames the jury so much that they're upset about it. I think a great example of this was during the O.J. Simpson trial, a lot of the information that came out about Mark Furman, for instance, what maybe wasn't relevant to the collection of evidence, but the fact that he ended up being racist was obviously something that the jury used to determine that he was not guilty. And so here the question becomes, if you hear about some of these other behaviors, and maybe some of the jurors think that some of the actions by Cassie or Jane are distasteful, or some of the drug use by these individuals is distasteful, such that maybe they don't like the victim, so to speak. And liking the victim, unfortunately, ends up being the responsibility of the prosecution, because no different than any other case, the prosecution wants the jury to like their witnesses. They don't want to be standing up in closing going, well, you don't like this person, but you should believe them. And so the idea in an emotionally charged case that you can present a different narrative that is not based in fact and not based in law, to try to convince them to say, we don't care what the law is, we just don't think you've done your job, we're going to find them not guilty, and we're not going to listen to jury instructions, is what the aim of jury nullification is. As to the RICO, they probably have a better argument, frankly, because there have been times where it looks like the prosecution is overreaching. The fact that the prosecution doesn't even attempt to soften the blow when they introduce these text messages, only portions of them, and then you see the defense attorney put in the following text message, the subsequent, that says, oh, it was consensual, or they did ask for it. And so the government looks a little bit disingenuous at times when they're not showing the complete messaging. And that's something that could be difficult and go towards jury nullification. As it pertains to the Mann Act, that's really about those male prostitutes. And the fact that there is evidence that when there wasn't sex involved, that several of these men weren't paid, is going to make it difficult for Diddy's team to use any sort of jury nullification on these charges, which is exactly why his legal team tried to get these dismissed pre-trial.
And there's a message. I do the recap with Elizabeth Milner for Sidebar every day, the recap of what happened in today's court. And she mentioned that there was this communication from Sean Combs to an associate of Cowboys and Angels, this escort service. So if there was an argument, hey, he only paid them for their time and experience, and didn't pay them for sex work. There was a message where he had with this person where basically it was the complete opposite. He was saying what he wanted them for. And so it becomes really difficult to make that argument. I think it was a difficult argument to make in and of itself, but let's not sleep on those charges. I mean, those carry up to 10 years in prison. It's a very serious federal charge, but at the same point, it's not racketeering. It's not life in prison. Sex trafficking, minimum 15 years in prison. Those are the ones he's particularly concerned about. Okay, Afi, we got a question from Smarty Pants. Who does everyone think is the best lawyer on the prosecution side and the defense's side? Let me just do a caveat here. Isn't that tough to know, considering we don't watch it? There's no cameras in the courtroom, which, by the way, we had another question from Queeby240. Why isn't this televised like they did Johnny Depp's? Johnny Depp's was a state case in Virginia where cameras were permitted. Cameras are not permitted in federal court. There are a number of considerations and reasons why they believe that would actually affect the actual trial, that it could chill witness testimony, affect witness testimony, affect how attorneys present themselves, how the judge would present himself. I hear those arguments. I'm one for transparency. I think cameras should be in every courtroom, but there are no cameras in federal court. But going back to the question here, who do you think is the best lawyer on the prosecution side and the defense's side, Afi?
Well, I've looked at all of the comments, and from what I've seen, it really depends on who's being cross-examined. So, every attorney from Diddy's dream team brings something different. So of course we all know Brian Steele. He comes in and he's been effective with respect to, I think, his objections and preserving matters for appeal. Then we all hear about Tinny. Is it Tinny Garagos? Her name is tossed around a lot. I think she's been pretty effective. And those are pretty much the two names I hear. Agnifilio has been he's the veteran player, he's the backup support, and he's been pretty effective. But for the most part, I'd say Tinny Garagos, and I believe whoever the lead is for the AUSA, is it Comey?
Maureen Comey. Yep.
Maureen Comey. Yeah, she's a beast. So I've heard some pretty good things about her as well. But so I think everybody has been effective when they called the team player up. They've been effective for the defense in their crosses, and they've played their respective roles pretty well.
We didn't even talk about Nicole Westmoreland, who's done terrific cross-examination.
I love her.
She's great.
Yeah.
Great.
She's a beast. I love her.
This case is not going to be won or lost for a lack of lawyering. I think all the lawyers in this case are superb. Obviously, with a case this big, with the charges, you're going to have the top team from the Southern District. Sean Combs has assembled an army of expert legal attorneys. So I think you're seeing great lawyering from both sides. I wish it was televised. I wish we could see back and forth, but I think they're both doing a terrific job. Okay, Melba, we have a question that has come in. This is from Christina Lester. Has Christina Coram been absent from this trial in anticipation of her own possible trial? It's a question we get all the time, right? Why isn't she charged if she really is a co-conspirator? How come she wasn't called by the prosecution or the defense? Is she going to be charged? I mean, her name has come up every single day, almost in every single piece of testimony, almost every single witness. If you're going to say racketeering conspiracy, who did he conspire with? Who did he enter into a criminal agreement with if it wasn't his chief of staff or his alleged chief of staff? I think that's the main question or argument. So is there a reason she's absent from this trial? Could she be facing charges at her own trial? What do you think? And she hasn't been charged, to be clear.
Right. And that's what I was going to point out. She hasn't been charged as of this juncture. I would be surprised if law enforcement has not spoken to her. So I would think she had been interviewed probably multiple times over the course of the last few years. Now, the question is going to be whether something about her testimony was not helpful to the prosecution in some way, shape, or form. Clearly, the defense would not want to put her on because the prosecution would get up and cross the living daylights out of her in terms of everything that she had been doing in furtherance of this conspiracy, in furtherance of Diddy's activities. So, I don't see her as a defense witness. Now, in terms of, is she going to face her own charges? Possibly. But again, the driving force in all of this was Diddy. Without Diddy, I doubt highly that Christina Coram would have been engaged in any criminal activity. She was just literally doing this at his behest. So I don't really think there's a lot there, even though, again, she was very present and did some bad things. I don't think that there's necessarily enough there for the government to want to go after her. Their focus has always been Diddy.
So, Jeremy, let me go to you. I'm not only answering this question because I got such a great compliment in it. I actually think that it's a really important one. But Alana Rodriguez says, please send to Jesse for Elizabeth. You're both great. Jesse's so handsome. Elizabeth is gorgeous. I'll make sure to tell her when she comes out. Do all of the jurors, and thank you so much, that's very sweet. Do all of the jurors have to agree on the verdict? Great show. Always looking forward to it. I guess I'll couple that, Jeremy. Do they all have to agree? Chances they all agree.
Well, I think there's going to be a disagreement as to the RICO versus the Mann Act charges. I think the state has a much easier road on some of these lower level charges where there's not as a debate as to the facts. We know there were male escorts. We know they crossed state lines. We know they were engaged in sexual acts. That's going to be a much easier case for the defense to beat. So,
like I said, ground ball.
Have an easier time with that one. As
ground
to whether
ball.
They have to agree, of course they do. They have to agree unanimously and in order to come to a verdict. There are things called partial verdicts. That is in the discretion of the court. If the court wanted to take a partial verdict, those are very dicey when the courts do take them because they generate issues for appeal. Where I think that we probably have a big issue is the idea that I could see the jury arguing over that RICO, asking a lot of the same questions you're asking today. Where is the meeting of the minds with this other individual? Who are the other co-conspirators? If they're not charged here, then is there really this RICO? Those questions may be a little bit more difficult in that back room when they're deciding it. And the defense has done a decent job cross-examining a lot of the witnesses in showing that there were very real credibility issues that are not going to be able to be cleaned up in light of their text messages. When their text messages completely flew in the face of what they said in court. But on those Mann Act charges, they're not going to be able to show those same issues of credibility. So we need unanimity. We need that unanimous, all 12 guilty or not guilty. But I think we may see a fight on the actual charges and their ability to come to a conclusion on all three of them.
I think that this is going to be a long deliberation process.
I agree.
Poll up the other day. How long do people think it's going to last? Whether it's only going to take a few hours, same day. The majority of people, and I agree, think it's going to take 2+ days. I agree. I think this is such a complicated case. It may take them hours to even get through the jury instructions and understand the law before they even get into actually deliberating back and forth. We got an update from
That's
court.
crazy.
Sean Combs'
Actually,
defense attorney said
I'm going to hear him say that last part one more time.
hours to even get through the jury instructions and understand. It may take them hours to even get through the jury instructions and understand the law before they even get into actually deliberating back and forth. We got an up.
Now, what's interesting about that is, okay, first off, I agree with him 110%. This also shows, and just for people who are team Diddy out here that are free Diddy right now, this also shows how good his team actually is, the defense team, because they were able to put in as much reasonable doubt, as much questions, as much gray area in their cross. They did a good job with that. I'm going to tell you that. I will keep it 110% with you guys when it comes to this trial, okay? It doesn't matter what my thoughts are. I think he's a very evil man. I think what he's done is very, very bad. But at the same time, it's about what's being presented in court. And what they did is poke holes like crazy when they had cross for these star witnesses. Because you got to remember, the people who are going to, they're going to remember the most. I'm talking about jury. The people they're going to remember the most, the jury's going to remember the most, are the star witnesses. So that is the likes of the Jane Doe, Cassie, Capricorn Clark, Mia, Brendan Paul. Sure, they're going to remember all these other people. Sure. But you got to remember, those are the people that they're going to be listening to and watching and having locked in their brains like a safe, especially with all the gray areas. With Cassie, it wasn't that bad. But when they went over to Mia, have mercy. When they went over to Capricorn Clark, have mercy. Shoot, let's not forget Dawn, too. Dawn Richard. Let's not forget her, too. She went up there, she did her thing, and she crashed and mother-loving burned, okay? Right in 4K, in real time. Everyone saw that. That was bad. Now, I don't think she's even able to go out here and make a song ever again, because now people are going to be like, oh, you a liar, okay? That's basically it. So you got to remember, the staple people out of 34, remember, 34 individuals that came on behalf of the prosecution, of the feds, a handful of those people are going to be remembered. I mean, let's go all the way back to day number 1 when you had Israel Flores, for example. You had people who were doing security of the hotel, of the infamous hotel room, like of the infamous hotel video of her getting stomped on and everything. All those things. Yeah, they're not going to remember every single last piece. They're going to remember, oh, yeah, I remember the guy, there's such and such, the dude who got paid to get rid of the footage, the security dude. Yeah, there's that. But they're going to remember mostly what Cassie, Capricorn Clark, Mia, Jane Doe, and Brendan Paul all said. They're going to remember those the most. So, yeah, with Jesse Weber saying, man, this is going to be an experience. This is going to be quite the deliberation, because you already know that people have already made up their mind right after Cassie's testimony. That's what I truly believe. I think that there's jurors that as soon as she said what she said, all the things that she went through with all that scathing information and footage, and I'm not talking about the freak-offs. I'm talking about the footage, cuts, bruises, etc., on her body. I guarantee you, those jurors already had some of them, not all of them, I'm just saying some of them had already had their verdict already locked in way before they even went into the second week of the trial. Okay? Because they are holding on to things that Cassie said, or they're holding on to things that certain key people said. Or you got people who have completely changed their minds within seconds after Jane Doe's testimony. I'm just telling you, after Jane Doe's testimony, have mercy. I can see why some people would be like, well, maybe not. Maybe my thoughts were that, but not anymore. Her ish is too loose. No pun intended, but that came off as a pun. But you know what I'm saying. High key, low key. Yeah, it kind of was. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. All right. That clearly they're going to see it and go, oh, snap. Eek. She was a willing participant. Jane Doe was about the dough. Okay. You could basically call her Jane Doe. That's it. She was about that money and she was performing for that money, period, point blank. And that just confirmed what I thought, 110%. So it's going to be very interesting because you got to remember, it's got to be unanimous, right? The decision has to be unanimous on all the charges. Each individual charge has to be a unanimous decision, right? So that's what I mean. That's why I mean by I agree with what Jesse Weber's saying. I think this is going to be more than just a couple days. I think this is going to be more than just a day or two because you got to remember, they still have to go through jury instructions tomorrow. They're going to be going through jury instructions. We have the meats for vaginas. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong with that. You ain't wrong with that. But that's why I think that even when it comes to the jury instructions, it's going to take a long time for them to break it all the way down. They got to break it all the way down. Let them understand See, this is why I'm so happy that they're having the jury instructions before they do the closing arguments, because even myself, I was like, how are they going to keep track of everything, y'all? How is this jury going to be able to keep track of everything? And I have a feeling there's going to be questions coming back to the court. Yes, I said it. I think it's going to be kind of like Karen Reed, the first trial and the second trial, okay? That the jury's going to come back with a few questions. When you say, STing, what do you mean by that exactly? Can you get into more detail about that? So on and so forth. Like I said, this is not going to be an easy decision made by this jury, okay? Do I think it's going to be a mistrial? Hell no, not something this long. That sounded weird too. Not the, a hankering for hogs. Not a trial this in depth. I just don't see a mistrial. I could see them not coming to a decision on a couple charges, but I don't see a full on like he needs to walk free. He mistrial. Nah, not when he's hiring these people like they just said. I said it too. I said it before we even heard from these experts. So I'm an expert too. Well, we heard from them. Even repeat what I said. They didn't call it like they didn't label it like I label it. But they did say some of these charges are easy. They are ground balls. Easy hits. Boop. Go on, pick it up, scoop it up, throw it the first. Simple, 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 right? That's one thing for sure. Some of these charges, easy. You're going easy 15 years. Easy. Looking at 10 years for one count of pro, on one count of pro, right? Then STing, 15 plus years, right? If he's sentenced to all 15, depending on how the judge feels, right? So again, some of these are blatant ground balls. But when it comes to the enterprising, why am I suddenly Jamaican? The enterprising, when it comes to the enterprising, when it comes to the RICO charges, the racketeering, that is going to be the toughest part. Like I said, if the jury does not see that he was literally moving people across state lines, and they've shown that time and time again, we've had S workers go on stand and testify saying these things as well. There's a paper trail showing them getting moved around. If they don't do that, if they say, no, he ain't guilty, he innocent. If they do that, I do not believe in the judicial system anymore. Yes, I said it. I'm going, someone's getting paid. And apparently, if you have money, you can get away with basically anything. Again, those charges are ground balls. Easy work. Easy work. This light work, y'all, that be light work. So if they, like I said, decide to go and say, oh, no, he's innocent, I will be shook. And then I will say everything's a sham. Everything's rigged. The whole world is rigged. Okay? Because that is the easiest stuff. Like I said, RICO, racketeering, they're going to have a field day with that. And they have to sit in the room and figure that out. That's where they got to sit in the room and have a whole debate being like, is this considered racketeering or is this RICO? Does this count as both? I'm so confused. Piggy, someday you'll find it, the rainbow connection. Like, seriously, I'll be pissed. Pissed. Okay? So don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Ground balls, y'all. But I get them taking their time on the RICOs and the racketeerings. Okay? That's fine. That's totally fine. But still, let's see where we're at now. What are they going to say? Garagos, would you like to come back up and ask some more questions? I'll be like, just shut up. Okay? But let's see what's going on here. Okay? Man, I will be be so mad. Oh boy. Okay. So we got a few things. Okay, we got a lot of things. Hold on, I'm just scrolling through here real quick. See what's going on. Wait, what? Oh dear God. Hold on, guys. We got a few things. There's a bunch that's gone on. You know, we had our break. We stretched our legs. We ate our food. And no, it was not applesauce. And it most definitely was not vegetable soup. Okay? I just had some eggs. And a sausage and some toast. Just so you know. Okay? Once I started talking about toast, I was like, damn, that sounds kind of good. Toast. So that's what I got. I didn't eat breakfast this morning, so I had to get my eggs in. Okay. So let's get into this because we got some new updates. Okay. Which is interesting. Hold on. I can't find my mouse. Sorry. Almost sounds like Diddy. Oh, wait. Hold on. I can't find my dick. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh my God. Where's my mouse? All right. So they are back, but now this is something interesting. Okay. Because he's saying this. Defense is saying this. They are moving for Rule 29 judgment of acquittal. So after prosecution rested, the defense moved for a Rule 29 motion for judgment of acquittal on counts 1 through 5. What? So defense attorney Shapiro argued that the prosecution failed to prove at least 3 elements of the RICO racketeering charge, failed to show he violated RICO, that he agreed to participate, and insufficient evidence of a conspiracy. She argued as well, there wasn't an enterprise in this case. It was simply Diddy engaging in hibbity-dibbity in his personal time with his girlfriends, with his strumpets, as they would think. Okay? That's insane. Okay? So now they're going, after all of this, just so you know, Judge, they haven't proven not nothing, Judge. Not nothing. So they're asking for an acquittal because they have not proven, as they feel, they failed to show that he violated RICO. And that this was all being done on his own personal dime and on his own personal time. Bars. So she said the prosecution has argued that bodyguards and high-ranking employees were involved in facilitating his freak-offs and hotel nights. But the prosecution failed to prove any individual actually conspired with him. So they're sitting there saying, hey, they're not denying that he had these freak-offs and that he got these pros involved, that these male ass workers from like Cowboys and Angels, howdy ma'am, okay, that they are all part of this, sure. But there was no enterprise of people. There was no group of people helping him facilitate and put these things all together. What's interesting about that is they did show that. But they did. They did show that, guys. They did. Now, it may not be super blatant, but they did show that they were involved in facilitating these freak-offs. Oh, let's not forget Jane Doe showing off video and photos of these people showing up and putting these red lights in the room and making the place get all sexified and everything. Let's not forget all that. So for them to sit there and go, we are moving for a Rule 29 acquittal because there's no proof whatsoever of RICO. But there is. What are you talking about? There is. There were people that were holding money, sending money over, etc., paying guys, etc., as well, setting up these rooms, breaking them down, and all that. They showed that countless times, though. And even after all those things have been proven, I'm still sitting here saying that that's still a home run. That's still a stretch. That's still a reach. But they still proved that. They proved this stuff here, guys. They proved this. So again, this is ridiculous. They did errands and made travel arrangements, but they did not have anything to do with what went on with Diddy and his girlfriends in the hotel room, other than they used baby oil, Astroglide, and drank alcohol, and maybe did some substances every once in a while, Shapiro said. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. These people were making sure that those things were facilitated. Those things were there for Diddy. He's sending out text messages like, yeah, I need you to go and get more of that applesauce and that Astroglide and that baby oil, like at least 5 or 6, 7, 8, 19 more bottles, because I need that ish. And don't let me ask for nothing ever again. I need you to know what I need before I know I need it myself. You feel me? He said that in a text. Stop. She argued that Diddy took steps to conceal the true nature of those hotel nights from his staff. What are you talking about? What? Shapiro is officially, the defense is moving the goalpost. It is right now, everybody take a gander at this optical illusion that they're trying to pull off. They are trying to move the goalpost, everybody. This is ridiculous. Shapiro said text message evidence showed Diddy sought to conceal the S workers from his employees, noting in one piece of evidence, he says, I can't let KK know about the freak off. What are you talking about? Even KK is sending text messages being like, hey, is homeboy on his way? Is he coming true or no? She knows everything about these freak offs. What the F are you talking about, man? Stop. That's dumb. So Shapiro said, when KK and security guards learned of his violence against Cassie, they tried to help her. Huh? Are you sure about that? That there's no proof of that. There's no proof of that. Shapiro argued there's no evidence KK thought Diddy's girlfriends were being coerced. Okay. Like I said, optical illusion, everybody. Check out this. Take a gander. Ain't this something? They are trying to move the goalpost. An optical illusion. Yeah, what the what? What the what? In the butt. What? Yeah. What? Indeed. What the is going on Let's take a look at CNN, and we're going to go into the transcripts here in a second, okay? But this is trash. Okay? So we already know that they rest their case today, and then they came out with some bullshit. So she made a defense motion for a judgment of acquittal on all counts, and she is now going count by count, explaining how the defense believes prosecutors did not prove each alleged crime. For the racketeering conspiracy count, she said prosecutors failed to show that anybody conspired with Diddy. That's not true. She is now making stuff up. We went through 34 different freaking witnesses, 29 freaking days of testimony. And she's now sitting there going like, this never happened. Don't even look. Magic. It never happened. None of what you heard is real. It's a mirage. It's an optical illusion. Magic. Poof, be gone. What are you doing? Come on, man. Okay. All right. Bet. There's at best thin proof. This is what she said. There's at best thin proof that any of the other employees willingly participated in crimes with and for Diddy. She also added that the exception was procuring small quantities of substances for Diddy's personal use, which is not true. He had Gucci bags, baby. Gucci bags. Little fanny packs filled with substances, y'all. And they already showed that. Homeland Security broke it all the way down with a buttload of baby oil and Astroglide. So what do you mean? What are you talking about? Optical illusion, like I said, just like magic. Done. Right? Shapiro argued that Diddy actually took steps to conceal the nature of the actual activity. Okay, he was engaging in from his employees. That is not true. Not Cassie. KK was well aware of these things, guys. Well aware. And how can you have copious amounts of substances like that solely for personal use? Real talk. All the baby oil, all the Astroglide, all that was for his own personal use. I'm telling you right now, we've talked about this before, but let's talk about it one more again. When was the last time you bought a bottle of baby oil? And when was the last time you touched it? It's probably still in your closet, somewhere in your house, chilling. And it's a decent sized bottle that you probably even just touched 5% of it. 5% of that mug. And that thing's going to be there till you die. Okay? Somebody's going to slip that baby oil in your casket because they're like, you forgot something. It's been in the house for 30 years. But I know you like your skin nice and moisturized, so here you go, baby. And then they're going to dig that body up, your body up, 20 centuries from now. And they're going to dig it up and they're going to be like, what is this baby oil? What is this? I ain't never seen this before. Because it's going to outlive all of us. Do you understand? Baby oil is here to stay. Okay? Because it needs just one droplet. You don't need that much to get moisturized, mother lovers. That's why the bottles last forever, except when you're messing with Diddy. Okay? So stop. Okay? This is dumb. So the defense attorney said that that's evident through the fact that Diddy, Cassie, and Jane booked the entertainers and escorts instead of Diddy's employees. So, sure, they didn't book them. But at the same time, they knew that they were booked. They knew that Diddy was having these freak off nights. There were text messages about these guys showing up. Remember? Oh, it looks like such and such is in the hotel lobby right now. There was a full-on discussion between KK and it wasn't Brendan Paul. It was one of the other guys, right? I think it was Jonathan Perez, right? And he's like, yep, clearly the guy's here. He's in the hotel lobby. Like, you can't deny this ish, y'all. You can't. But anyway, Shapiro also pointed to several text messages, including some shown to the jury earlier today, that showed Diddy and Jane communicated with entertainers about timing to avoid run-ins with Diddy's staff. No, it wasn't with Diddy's staff. It was avoiding them getting caught. Like, they're trying to be discreet with the hotels. Okay? Not Diddy's staff. Diddy's staff already knew this stuff. Okay? So this is a routine Rule 29 motion that is typically made by the defense in a criminal trial after the government rests its case. A Rule 29 motion is a defendant's motion for an acquittal on the grounds that the government didn't present enough evidence for the jury to reasonably convict the defendant. These motions are almost always denied. Almost always denied. So the defense says there's no evidence of KK. Okay, there's no evidence that she knew of or facilitated coercion. So, of course, there's no evidence KK, knew that or believed Diddy's girlfriends were coerced against their will. So Shapiro also said there's no evidence that KK participated in facilitating any crimes for Diddy except potentially substances for his personal use. So Shapiro argued that some messages showed Diddy sometimes lied to KK, even though she was alleged to be his co-conspirator. That's not the way co-conspirators act with each other. Well, yeah, they can. He could be choosy on how much information he wants to tell KK. There could be days or freak-off nights that she knows about, and there's others that she might not know about. That's very real. That could be very possible. Okay? But still, nonetheless, she knew about these freak-off nights. She knew about the situation with Cassie. Okay? Her response was ridiculous. She knew about the run-ins with or the problems that Diddy was having with Jane Doe, or Jane Doe letting KK know about her issues with Diddy. She knew about all those things. Now, do I think coercion as far as that goes between the Jane Doe and Diddy? I don't know about all that. But there was definitely bad things going on with Cassie that KK definitely knew about. For sure. So moving on, Shapiro also noted that prosecutors alleged the conspiracy began in 2004, but KK did not become significantly involved until around 2016. Yeah, she may not have known a lot of things until later because she wasn't an employee at that time of Diddy's. So again, very, very interesting. So they go into their lunch break, but they are still arguing about things here. So let's take a look at this, okay? So jurors leave. Comey, okay, speaks out, defense, and says, we have essentially, not defense, I'm sorry, prosecution. Sorry about that. Prosecution, Comey says, we have essentially rested. We only may want to move for a few corrections. So judge says, Mr. Agnifilo, are you ready to move? So Shapiro says, we under Rule 29, inference is not enough. And then, of course, see U.S. versus Copeland, blah, blah, blah. On count one, Mr. Combs is entitled to a judgment of acquittal. The requirements of RICO have not been met. They have not shown the agreement to violate RICO, nor agreement to racketeering, to two racketeering acts. The enterprise is more than a group of people. The enterprise proposes, the enterprise proposed here map onto the RICO, the racketeering acts, STing, etc. See the Boyle case. A structural feature of a RICO enterprise, a hub and spoke, the rim. Here it is a rimless hub. Wow. There is insufficient proof to establish this 20-year-long conspiracy. Diddy did not conspire with any other person. They say an inner circle of bodyguards, but they failed to show it. There's only thin proof of engagement in or engaged in crimes. At the most, these were personal quantities of substances. They used a lot of Astroglide and baby oil and drank, and maybe some substances. Jonathan Perez said hotel nights were personal time with a female. Brendan Paul said hotel night for the night, or hotel for the night. David James said he saw a man in his birthday suit in the hotel room, but thought it wasn't part of his job. The hibbity dibbity with Cassie and Jane sometimes involved third parties, but they were not booked by staff. It brought them closer to Diddy. Now, here's the thing, though. When it comes to it was not booked by staff, what about the travel agent that was booking those flights? They might not have been booking the actual person for the SEX, but they were also getting those flights booked for that performer for sure, right? But I don't know. That's a question I'd like to have answered. Jane said to Cabral Williams, don't want the team to intercept you. And in May, Jane said she had to wait for the assistants to clear out. When KK and the guards learned of Diddy's violence to Cassie, it's not racketeering. They did not help. There's no proof that KK knew or thought these women were being coerced. She did damage control. There is evidence that Mr. Combs was lying to her. KK is supposed to be the main co-conspirator, but she only appears in March 2016, 12 years into this stuff. There's no evidence between the breakup with Cassie in 2018 and the beginning of the relationship with Jane in 2021. Even for a RICO conspiracy, they have to prove a single agreement. It hasn't been done here. And of course, U.S. versus Pizonia, I guess. Okay. Moving on. Even if the court denied this Rule 29 motion, some should not go to the jury. Under the California law, the government had to show that the information was about to be given to law enforcement. Back in April, you found lack of probable cause. Combs was seeking to avoid negative publicity for both himself and Cassie. There was no police involvement. The guard who testified said Cassie did not want to report it. Cassie said the same thing, as did Kerry Morgan. Eddie Garcia said the money was for the video and nothing more. Cassie appeared on FaceTime and said she had a movie coming out and she did not want this video coming out. The NDA permitted Garcia to report to law enforcement. On obstruction, they have to show intimidation or threats to hinder or delay. Citing Arthur Anderson versus U.S., there must be consciousness of wrongdoing. Here, the incidents involve Mia and Jane. On Mia, there's not an actus reus. This is about D-Rock trying to get Mia to speak to Diddy. But it sounds like a normal conversation until her quote-unquote radar went off. No threats were communicated. All D-Rock said was Puff wanted to talk with Mia. They wanted her to say something to PR or, do some PR. Her reactions could not have been foreseeable to D-Rock or Diddy. She did not even answer Diddy's calls later that day. D-Rock didn't bring up money. She did. She said she was out of dollars. D-Rock never acted on it. D-Rock said, if you don't want to, all good. The prosecutors characterized these as nice messages. There was no evidence D-Rock or Diddy thought Mia felt threatened. So this is not witness tampering. There would have to be proof Diddy knew of a federal investigation at the time. There is none. But there was. And he knew. He's not dumb. But okay. With respect to Jane, they have November 19th, 2023. There's no threats. Diddy said, this is when I need you to be there for me. Diddy was already paying Jane's rent. There was nothing in the call about it. This is not corrupt persuasion. There's no federal nexus. Now they want to argue 1591D. That would be a constructive amendment, as we'll say at the charge conference. Anyway, we think that statute is unconstitutional. On forced labor, the statute was meant to enforce the 13th Amendment. It is used for domestic workers, here legally or nor, forced to work, squalid conditions. These are able-bodied USA citizens, perfectly capable of leaving. When they wanted to leave, they did. What the two were most afraid of was losing their job. With respect for Capricorn Clark, she continued to work to show she hadn't stolen it. Not being paid overtime is not forced labor. Capricorn Clark said Mr. Combs told her to, quote unquote, get the F out of my house. She says that was crossing my boundaries. And then she got a higher paying job. She alleged wrongful termination, presumably because she didn't want to stay. Or no, presumably because she wanted to stay. Then 50 Cent. With respect to Mia, what? Then 50 Cent. With respect to Mia, she had a high GPA. She got her a job later with Madonna. So the elements are not met with them either. What's up with the 50 Cent thing? That was weird. Like, then the 50 Cent. And then with respect to Mia, I'm wondering what the hell's that all about. But anyway, maybe they'll be explaining that somewhere. On kidnapping, there is insufficient evidence as to 2 of the 3 allegations. Even if you credit the U.S. witnesses, Capricorn Clark and the lie detector test, Uncle Paulie took her to the building. This does not satisfy New York law. Diddy didn't know. She went willingly every day. The other, Cassie, at the London hotel. She says she was taken there and held there for several days. California law has 4 elements not met here. An arson of Kid Cudi's car. No evidence Diddy was involved. On count 2, Diddy would have to know. I'll focus on his mens rea. It's about what he understood. How could he understand? Cassie said she did freak-offs to make Diddy happy. She didn't communicate reluctance. Look at the texts. In the Intercontinental, the fight happened after the night of the hibbity-dibbity. And there was no hibbity-dibbity after the violence. The video seemed to show that Diddy, after he gets the cell phone, just sits in the chair in the elevator lobby, so no mens rea. So, as to Jane, she engaged inhibited for economic benefit. For example, the house. There was only one incident of violence, which I'll eventually get to. The fraud theory is deficient as a matter of law. The Turk's trip ultimately happened. She wanted to go out to dinner. This would sweep in a lot of romantic. This would sweep in, I guess, a lot for a romantic partner. It has vagueness. It has vagueness problems. People do this all the time. It's not fraud. Immigrants are being tricked into SEX for green cards is different. He's a wealthy individual, but won't take her on a yacht. They never alleged STing of Jane Doe until they found out she was alleging a circle incident of assault. That is telling. This theory of fraud is incredibly weak. The fight at Jane Doe's house in LA. This single act is not sufficient. She's not done. She ain't done yet. Interesting. Everything that of course they're going through everything and basically saying, hey, none of this is enough, right? That they need to drop all of these charges because all of this is BS. As we're waiting, I'm just going to comb through some of this again. Okay. Now, some of these things, they're not wrong. Some of these things I agree with. I know some of you guys are going to be like, you're so biased, Pascal. I can totally tell. But some of these things, they're right. They have a point on. Okay. Some of these things they have a point on. Yeah. Let me explain. They started breaking it all the way down. Where is it? Dag nabbit. Hold on. I'm trying to get to it. Okay. This stuff right here, what D-Rock is calling Mia and all that, okay. They got a point. Technically, he's not calling her up and being like, I will give you money. And let me give you some of that money so you can shut up. But they're alluding to it. But I get it. They're leaning on that on a technicality, for sure. They are definitely leaning on a technicality right there. Okay? Semantics, basically. He didn't say it, but he said it, though. But it's cool. He didn't say it verbatim, right? So they're sitting there going like, it was a normal conversation. They were having a normal conversation. He was not coercing her. He was not threatening her. All he was doing is like, hey, we'd love for you to say something, speak out, blah, 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 and be on my side, right? Be on my side for PR. Not like hey, we will give you some money so that you could just straight up lie, right? Technically, that was not said. Those words were not said. In fact, they even said something that is true. Okay, that where did she say it? D-Rock didn't bring up money. She did. She said she was out of dollars. Yeah, that's kind of true. Okay, that's not kind of true. That is true. All right. So yeah, technically, D-Rock didn't say nothing. But I think she knew what D-Rock was calling about, trying to get her to get paid off so that he can have her on Diddy's team. But moving on. Technically, he didn't say anything, right? And he probably knew this before everything because he didn't want Diddy to get in trouble for witness tampering. But Diddy has been witness tampering since the day he got arrested. We already know about that, okay? Let's keep it a bean. The feds caught him. He was tampering with witnesses. And look at where Gina is. Where Gina at? Where she be? Okay. Where did she go, baby? She ain't here. She gone. She probably at Turks. Okay. Enjoying that monies. But let's move on. So then again, so they have a point right there. Technically, They got a point there. Moving on, though. There would be proof, okay, that he knew of the investigation at the time. There is none, but he could know and not have anything written out. Let's be real. Even during that time, he's sitting there going, are you recording me? Am I getting recorded? You recording me? So come on, y'all. Like, real talk. He knew that he was going to be, or that he was under investigation. He didn't need to have that written out. He knew. But I get it. Technically, that it would have been helpful if he was dumb enough to write that out. If he was dumb enough to be like, yo, the feds be listening, right? Got my cell and the phone in the basement. You feel me? Like, you know? But technically, he did not do that. So, of course, plausible deniability, right? There's no way to know if he didn't write it down. If there's no proof of it, then how could we sit there and assume that he did something if he didn't really know? And there's no physical proof of it, right? So, the other thing. Diddy was already paying Jane's rent. There was nothing in the call about it. There is not corrupt persuasion. There's no federal nexus. Now we want to argue, blah, 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 constructive amendment, and we say at the charge conference. Now, him having the money, hanging the rent over her head, let's not forget there was a love contract. I don't know how that's going to get played in this trial, but I'm very interested to see about that, right? But moving on. These able-bodied U.S. citizens, USA citizens, perfectly capable of leaving. So they were perfectly capable of packing up their stuff and saying, I am out of here, deuces, right? When they wanted to leave, they did. Because they're sitting there going, well, you know, in the kidnapping and the such and such, you're telling us that all these people are being held against their will? Are you sure about that? When they are all capable of walking out the front door when they wanted to. Here's another thing about Capricorn Clark, which I agree on. This is the parts where I'm like, damn, these are the things that kind of come back to bite the victims or these witnesses right in the ass, okay? But with respect to Capricorn Clark, she continued to work to show she hadn't stolen it. Now, I don't know how I wasn't seeing it like that. I was seeing it as she continued to work because it was Diddy. Yeah, I do understand that she may have said, hey, you know, I didn't want him thinking that I was the one who did it, but she still stayed there for years, right? So I don't think she stayed solely to prove that she hadn't stolen it, right? I think she stayed because she wanted to get paid and it was working for Diddy. So not being paid overtime is not forced labor. Some people would argue that. Capricorn Clark said Diddy told her to get the F out of my house. She says that was crossing my boundaries. And then she got paid. She got a higher paying job. Right? Didn't she? If I got the timeline correct, she left that job after he's like shoving her, apparently 50 yards. He's shoving her so hard, right? Get the F out of my house, get the F out of my face, you're fired, F you, whatever, right? She goes and she gets another job. If I have it correct, she went and tried to get another job, but then she still came back. Did she not? She alleged wrongful termination, presumably because she wanted to stay. Now, I don't know about this 50 Cent thing. I'm wondering what the hell 50 Cent just suddenly got thrown in there. Then 50 Cent. With respect to Mia, she had a high GPA. So she's a quick, smart girl. Smart little whippersnapper, this Mia. She got her job later with Madonna. Yeah, so she was able to move on and get another job with somebody else. So the elements are not met with them either. So the taking of someone, the kidnapping, right? There is insufficient evidence as to 2 of the 3 allegations, even if you credit the U.S. witnesses, Capricorn Clark, and the lie detector test. This is very interesting, where Uncle Paulie took her to a building, and she was there for, if I'm correct, she was there for several hours, if not days, if I'm correct, right? So she's saying Diddy didn't know that she was being held against her will like that. But if she is working closely with Diddy and she's new on the job, wouldn't he be wondering, yo, where's Capricorn Clark at? Have you seen Cap? Where's Cap at? If she hadn't been there for days, wouldn't he be wondering where his assistant is so that he can fire her ass? So again, when they say, no, Diddy didn't know. She went willingly every day. The other Cassie at the London hotel says she was taken there and held there for several days. I mean, was she not held there for several days? She wasn't even allowed to answer the door because of what Diddy did to her. He hurt her terribly. And then she locked up in a hotel room. Now, is that being held against your will? I don't know. And then the other part. This part for me for sure. Right there. Kid Cudi. Hey, Cudi. Kid Cudi. His car going up in flames. There is no evidence of Diddy being involved at all. Let me repeat that again. There is no proof or evidence so far of Diddy putting that car up in flames or hiring somebody to make that car go up in flames. There's still no proof of that. So as far as that goes too, they got a point on that. And honestly, I appreciate this breakdown because honestly, I don't think the judge is going to sit there and say, yeah, okay, you're acquitted, honey. See you later, Diddy. Have a good day. Thanks, everybody, for spending 29 days on this mother-loving trial. Nah. Okay? But that is true. They got a point right there. There is no proof of arson on Kid Cudi's car being conducted or ordered by the diddler. That is true. Okay? So let's continue. Okay? On count 2, Diddy would have to know. And then I'll focus on his mens rea. It's about what he understood. How could he understand? Cassie said she did the freak-offs to make Diddy happy. She didn't communicate reluctance. Look at the texts. Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. Same thing with Jane Doe. I'll say the same thing with Jane Doe as well, right? As to Jane, she engaged in the actual stuff for economic benefit, which is one of the arguments that I think that everyone in the court of public opinion is fighting with right now. That she did this for the money, 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 money. She did it all for the money, money. And she was totally fine with it until, I feel like a lot of people are saying until Cassie put out her lawsuit, and then all of a sudden she's like, clutch my pearls. My schnookums has been doing the same thing to me. Literally. And yeah, Mo, this is a mess. It's an absolute mess. Okay? But yes, a lot of people are looking at this and going, yeah, she wanted that money. She was getting good money. She had a good house. She was his concubine. Absolute concubine. So, there's only one incident of violence, which we talked about, which was at her home, where he was busting down doors and everything. All right. So, and you ain't wrong, Truth. Over emotions, it ain't what you feel, it's what you can prove. Abso-freaking-lutely. And that's exactly what we're looking at right here, right? So there are definitely holes in this right here, okay? Which with what we've heard so far, she ain't done yet, right? She's still talking. She's still bullishing. Okay, she's still talking. So let's go back a little bit, okay? They never alleged STing of Jane until they found out she was alleging a circle. I don't know, maybe well, I think what they mean is a circle incident of attacks. Okay, that is telling. In other words, what I just said earlier, that she didn't start talking about this stuff until Cassie filed her stuff. And then she said, oh my God, this is exactly what I've been doing. You mean I'm not the only one? See what I'm saying? And I can see that the jury is going to have a long conversation about Jane Doe and trying to figure out, is what she did really STing or no? Here's the thing, though. You cannot deny that STing did happen with the men. That is for sure. Like I said, there are things here where there's definite finite holes. And then there's other ones where you're like, that's done. He definitely moved these people from this place to others. There's definitely pros. He definitely was hiring these S workers to do X, Y, and Z. And that's the thing. You can't deny that he hired S workers. He did. You can't just throw this on a Jane Doe or on a Cassie. You can't. You just can't. He's not denying those things. He's admitting that he was buying those people, buying their services. And then also, it's in text messages, guys, where he's like, yo, I paid for a specific service and this guy could not perform. He wasn't getting up to the occasion. I want my refund. Or I ain't going to pay him the full amount if he's only at half mast. Are you kidding me? I need him to be solid as a rock. You know what I mean? Solid. He says that in the text message. So there's no denying about that. All right. But moving on. The fight at Jane's house in LA. This single act is not sufficient. It still happened, though. Is it sufficient? I get it. I could see the argument. Okay. But it actually happened. So there's no evidence that the S worker came from outside of California. These S workers were paid for their time. Both witnesses said they were not pros, Phillips and Hayes, but they still did. Oh, dear God. Phillips and Hayes are, okay. I'm pulling up the definition. Ooh, hold on. What is the definition of prostitution? So, okay, let me just pull this up for you guys. I just put up, what is the definition of pros? Okay, you can see it clear as day. Well, sir, it's the practice or the occupation of engaging in sexual activity with someone for payment. So for them to sit there and go, oh, I ain't no pro, but if you got paid to show up, to smack it up, flip it, rub it down, and skadoosh, and spill your vanilla milkshake, that, my friends, oh, and also, let me repeat that again, and then get paid after you bust. Doesn't matter if you were on camera or if you were on the side of an Arby's. That's still pros. So it doesn't matter. That part I don't agree with. They're not. They both said that they're not. You could still get paid and you still have a moment of being a pro. Okay? Maybe for that one moment, for the $2,000 that you got paid, you still got paid to enact sexual activity with a particular person. Sit down with that mess. Moving on, though, I'm going to repeat that again. Both witnesses said that they were not pros, Phillips and Hayes. They were called entertainers or S workers or escorts. Thank you, Your Honor. So you see what they're trying to do. They are trying to move on technicalities, at least on that last part. Your Honor, they're not pros, they're escorts. They never said they did any prostitution. They only did escort stuff. They got paid to go and boom shakalaka boom. Okay? Period. They got paid to do that. That is pros. So, moving on. Judge turns and says, government, you got something to say? There's more than enough evidence. Your Honor can reserve. Your Honor can reserve on that. If you'd like argument, I'd like a bathroom break. So the judge says, oh, no, I'll reserve on that. So the defendant should be allocated. So Agnifilo says, Your Honor, give me a moment. So the judge says, Mr. Combs, how are you feeling? Diddy says, I'm doing great. I wanted to say thank you. You're doing an excellent job. Oh, stop it. You know what I mean? This is the moment where he's like trying to, suck ass. All right, trying to slurp it all the way up. Do you understand that whether the okay. Do you understand that whether to testify or not is up to you? You do understand that, right? Yes. Yes, Your Honor. So it is your decision not to testify, correct? Yes. It is my decision. Solely my decision with my lawyers. Thank you. Shall we take time to allow stipulations? Agnifilo says yes. And then they go on another mother-loving break. Oh, fudge. There we go. Another one. But I'm sorry. You can't sit there and tell me, well, they're not a pro. They're another version. Hold on. What is another word for prostitution? Let's see. One second. We're going over to Merriam-Webster. Okay. So it's funny because I think I pulled this up one time a long time ago and it angered so many people. And I don't know why it angered so many people back in the day. This was years ago. Okay. Because we were just talking about like the slang terms and other words for a pro. Okay. So fair warning, I'm pulling this up. Don't get upset. This is for research reasons. I want to know because literally this particular lawyer is saying that a pro is not an escort and an escort is not a pro. So I'm looking here and I don't see the word escort in this list, but let's take a look. This is from Merriam-Webster. So other words, all of these. And I don't see the word starting with E. Similar words. Whoa. How is a pervert on here? That's crazy. Synonyms and similar words. But yeah, I'm looking right now. I don't see it. Hold on. So then let's do this then. Okay. So then let's look at this. What is an escort? Okay. What is this? I know my search history is insane. Okay. It's crazy. So this is the AI overview. So this type of person, okay, this particular profession is a person who provides companionship or acts as a date for a fee. accompanying their client to social events, business meetings, or other engagements. So they may also engage in conversation or other non-eschewal activities with their clients. While these particular people, okay, are paid for their time and companionship, they are not expected to engage, that's interesting, in eschewal acts with their clients. That's very interesting. So you got somebody who is saying that they are not pros, they were escorts because they were there to entertain. And that's it. But they still were piping her down. So sorry. But they still were paid for eschewal activity. They still were digging her out. They still were doing boom shakalaka, boom. So would that still be considered pros? I think so. And I forgot. Let's not forget about all the other dudes that were hired too. What about Sly, Cabral, Paul, Don, Anton, the Punisher? Okay, and I know Hayes is the Punisher, okay? But at the same time, he got paid to start busting all over her vajayjay. So what are you talking about? Cassie's vajayjay. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, it's just entertainment. No, it's not. They got paid to perform eschewal activities with another woman. Getting piped down and got paid for it. So what are you talking about? Like I said, it just doesn't make any sense. But like I said, they are trying to go for the whole moving the goalpost and saying technically, and some of them work, some of them land. I get it. The Kid Cudi car, no one has proof that was him. Zero. There's no proof of his car being blown up by Diddy. There's none. So there's that. Sure. There's certain other things. Yes, there's holes for sure. This is why the defense is good. I'm not sitting here saying that the defense is trash and they're falling on their face and they're, oh my gosh, the downfall of Diddy. We're watching it every single day. No, they've been doing a good job fighting it. But there also is a lot of trash that they're trying to move, that they're trying to make happen. That's all. So that's Nuck and Futs. Nuck and Futs. Inner City just posted. I just refreshed that mug. Say what? What did he? But you know for a fact, I truly believe that. Okay, so they're back. Jury. What? Okay. Jury entering. Now the defense case. So Diddy's lawyer, we enter into evidence this stipulation about devices provided to the government by Cassie. So Mr. McLeod, DX1404. Can you highlight row 5? Oh my God. Here we go again. Oh, well, I don't know if it's breaking up. This just got posted. Yes, sir, about a minute ago. So the thread isn't broken. Oh, I'll take a look at that. If Inner City Press put up a video, I'll take a look. Let me see. I truly don't think that I truly don't think that the judge is going to lean on Rule 29. I really don't. Okay, so he did put up a new video. Let's take a look at this while we wait. Uno momento.
All right, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. It's not midday. It's nearly the end of day 29 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs case, June 24th. And what's happened today is there was an extremely longer than expected, let's put it that way. I don't want to cross-examination of the Agent Cerciello, by Miss Garagos. I have to say it sort of petered out from my point of view.
Yep.
But then the Rule 29 motion by Combs' lawyer, Alexander Shapiro.
Things got interesting again.
Before, I'm a fan. She's representing Sam Bankman-Fried. In any case, they pretty much laid out what will be their arguments at closing, attacking every count. And again, I've seen a lot of people say they turned away. Even some people thought it's uninteresting. I think it actually is. This is the beginning of the end here. Her take on it, and I have a few notes here. At least one of the statutes she's saying is unconstitutional. This is not going to cut ice either with, I believe, Judge Subramanian or with the jury, but it'll be raised on appeal. This has to do with intimidation and force, but she made arguments about forced labor, saying that this statute was basically enacted to enforce the 13th Amendment after slavery. It's used in cases of immigrant domestic workers forced to work because their passport is taken. She was pretty, I think you could say she was dismissive in the sense that she said, not dismissive, she said these are affluent individuals. The complaint is about not going on a yacht, not going on a trip to Turks and Caicos. She made a kind of a procedural point, which I'm not sure who's going to hear it, even on appeal. But she said it's significant that in 3 superseding indictments, they only ended up with this fraud theory as to Jane once it became clear to them that Jane was alleging violence in the house, that incident with the broken doors that are still broken. She also said that the escort in that case there was no showing that they came from out of state. These are the kind of like little landmines that are dropped that come up on appeal. The thing is that unless that's the only thing he were to be convicted on, even getting that one knocked off later, it would sure be interesting. I'm doing this in front of the now empty MCC jail, but certainly it keeps people active if they're in jail for a long time to have some appeals going and to get a couple of wins. But there's 5 charges here. Now, I guess in what people would say is the most newsy element of the day, Judge Subramanian said, "Mr. Combs, do you understand how are you feeling today?" And he said, I'm feeling fun. You're doing a great job, Judge. Maybe that he thinks it's going to get Subramanian to rule in different ways going forward. Anyway, he was certainly upbeat in that. Then he was asked whether it was his decision and his alone to not testify. He said, "Mine alone." Then he added, "but with my lawyers." They've now taken a break for the defense case, which I think is going to be extremely short. It seems like it's just going to be getting some exhibits in. And then that's it. There'll be a charge conference tomorrow, Wednesday, and closing arguments on Thursday, which I think on the defense side, at least, are going to be largely what Alexander Shapiro said in a legalistic fashion, but made in a fashion tailored to the jury, more based on the facts than on the law. In any event, Inner City Press, we're all over it. The book, the week 7 book is in preparation. There's a lot of material from today.
Again, guys, yeah. When Diddy said, I'm doing great. You're doing a great job. He just clearly trying to kiss his booty. Kissing the dude's booty because he knows for a fact he is in some serious trouble. And he's like, man, if I could kill everybody with kindness, they'll all be on my side, right? So we got a few more updates here. So highlight local use. This is Diddy's lawyer. "I'm the luckiest woman in the world. I'll get all the pictures together this week. So many good ones." Meanwhile, Diddy, seated between Westmoreland and Brian Steele, hands Westmoreland a pad. So his lawyer continues. "Local user, I owe you a good night. If you want me to call someone." So I owe you a good night if you want me to call someone. I need to treat my pop better. Cassie. I promise I will be better. If you don't, if I don't, you can leave me. But that won't happen. Okay. Interesting. She's going, I'm going to make it up to my pop, which is just disturbing. Her grandpa. Hold on here. I'm reading y'all's comments and stuff. Let me read. Oh, we got a bunch of updates from NBC. Let's take a look. Yeah, we thought we were done, but we ain't done yet. Okay. So let's see. Yep, Combs won't testify. Judge, of course, preliminary. Okay, they have to ask the defendant. Are you sure you don't want to testify? Right. And this is something that you've made a decision on your own. Right. And so he's like, yeah, of course. If it is your decision not to testify. Right. And it's like, we have discussed it thoroughly. It is my decision. That is totally my decision. My decision I am making. So, of course, you're doing great. Thank you. I'm doing great. Thank you, Your Honor. You're doing an excellent job. Kissing his buddy. Kissing his buddy. Kissing his booty. Okay? So, court back in session. No ruling from judge. So, interesting. So, let's see. Prosecution urged the judge to reject the defense's request for Diddy to be cleared not guilty from the bench. So the government believes the record at trial is favorable to the government and more than establishes the case can be presented to the jury. And then the judge said he'd reserve any decisions as the jury returned to the courtroom. So it's very interesting that it's being, that he hasn't made a decision yet. Let's see. Let's continue. Did I read this one? Motion of acquittal. Then the government did not approve the ST charge related to Cassie Ventura, saying prosecutors failed to show that Diddy knowingly coerced Cassie into commercial sexual acts. Shapiro said the jury did not see any text to Diddy that would indicate Cassie did not want to participate in these freak-offs. A person in Diddy's position would clearly would have understood that. On the contrary, she enjoyed the sexual activity and did not feel coerced. She described Diddy's relationship with Cassie as toxic for many reasons and acknowledged that Diddy was regrettably violent towards her at times, but reiterated the defense's argument that DV is not STing, which of course is one of the main things that people have been arguing since day one. Sure, he's a butthole. Yeah, he was violent to her. Yeah, he put his paws on her, so on and so forth. But he's not on trial for DV. He's on trial for ST. So what the F? I get that 110%. Okay. But Shapiro argued that the evidence showed Cassie was not coerced by violence into participating in freak-offs, and that when Diddy became violent with her during those specific events, she left. The judge said he'll reserve a decision on the motion. So Diddy confirms he's not going to testify, which you already know. He says, I've been wanting to tell you, thank you. You're doing a great job, an excellent job. I'm sorry. So the judge, chuckling, says, thank you. I appreciate it. Then judge asked Diddy if he understood that he had the right not to testify, and no one could draw any inference if he doesn't. He says, yes, Your Honor. And he responded to that twice. All right. So he asked if he had discussed this situation with the lawyers, or whether or not he should testify. And he said, yes, thoroughly. It is my decision, Your Honor. That is solely my decision. He followed up by adding, it's my decision with my lawyers. The judge asked him if he understood that it was his decision to make. Yes, my decision I'm making. The parties are now taking a 15-minute break. Afterwards, the defense will present its brief case before adjourning for the day. Interesting. Let's see. So again, she sent this text message to Diddy, okay, saying, I owe you a good night. If you want me to call someone, I need to treat my pop better. I promise I'll be better. If you don't, if I don't, you can leave me, but that won't happen. So she's very confident that she going to turn him out for the night. Show him the night he'll never forget. Okay? So, local user Cassie, I love you. This is what she's texting. I love you and thank you for always trying with me. I will be a woman, not a child. I'm leaving that in 2012. Okay. Now, can you pull up Exhibit 1402, row 66? This is in February of like Valentine's Day and a few days after in 2017, DX 1417A. From Violet to Cassie Ventura. The teamwork makes the dream work. So the public screen, exhibit screen is not on for contest photos of flowers in hotel room. So again, they continue. Diddy writes, you think you can freak off without getting under the influence? Cassie says, yes, smiley face. Now 1136R. We'll blow up the first couple of bubbles. Cassie writes, send me a D pic. Cassie writes, I just bought baby oil at the store because I couldn't help myself. Then I'm proud of us. We've been together for a long time. Baby, you do make me happy. I looked at my bracelet and it made me smile. This is all from Cassie. And it's interesting because apparently he has a history of buying people the same kind of jewelry too. Yeah, that D pic was a unwrapped Tootsie Roll. Real talk. Whatever it is, I think I see becomes a Tootsie Roll to me. But yeah. Yeah, Melinda, I'm tired of these text messages too. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. Baby, I'm tired. I'm tired. Let's refresh. Okay, let's see. We got another one. So they begin presenting its case. The defense team begins presenting its case. So defense attorney Estevao is starting to present the defense's case and submitted several exhibits into evidence. She's now reading messages between Cassie to Diddy into the record. The stuff that they were arguing about earlier today when they're like, yo, we don't, the prosecution's like, we don't want that stuff in here. All the Cassie stuff, that's now being brought in. So now we're going through text messages again of her being like, let me see that D. I need to see that D, right? I can't wait for another freak off. Okay. Love you, pop. Stuff like that. Which is still very weird. Oh, somebody just said this. This is interesting. They're showing private text messages and actual messages as if they cancel out the attacks, like the toxicity, the violence, right? But coercion doesn't always look like fear. And Cassie explained how she would comply out of fear during her testimony. Coercion often looks like trying to please someone who controls your life. These are gotcha texts. They're proof of a trap. This is a jury of New Yorkers. I believe they can see through the smoke. Well, we'll see about that. We will definitely see about that. But that person is not wrong about like they're trying to cancel out the what Cassie went through, right? And that coercion doesn't always look like fear. She's not wrong with that, for sure. We'll see if the jury's smart, okay? But again, he was putting his paws on her multiple times. This wasn't just a once in a blue moon type of thing. He put his hands on her. See, this is the reason why Cassie is a much bigger and heavier hitter as far as a witness than Jane Doe. Because I feel like there's less gray area with Cassie than Jane Doe. Jane Doe has so much gray. There's so much gray area that you don't even know where the coercion starts and where it freaking ends. You don't, because it's so all over the place, and she's still in love with the man and all that stuff, right? But Cassie, I think her situation and what she experienced is very straight up and down like 6 o'clock. I truly believe that. And like I said before, I think at the very beginning, she was down to be a little bit of a freaking leak. She was down for that stuff. Maybe she was realizing like, oh, I'm a celebrity. I am, I'm a, you know what I mean? I'm a celebrity. I'm Cassie. We do this kind of stuff, right? This is typical stuff that happens in Hollywood, right? Maybe she thought that, oh, I'm part of the in crowd now. But then after some time, I think at some point she's like, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. This is terrible. Especially on top of it, he's beating the crap out of her. Let's not forget that too. At some point, you're going to sit there and go, okay, I am doing this for what reason? To get, to get cuts and bruises on my face? Hell no. I got better things to do. F that noise. It's like they got stuck here. Come on. Come on, baby. Okay, let's do this. Still nothing. Let's see what they... Seems like CNN's getting there faster with their info. Let's see here. Discuss freak-offs and using substances in 2017 texts. So text messages between Diddy and Cassie in March of 2017. You think you can FO without getting zooted? LOL. This is what Diddy wrote. Yeah, I'll just have to be at my level. I'll just have to be at my level and what is good for me. That's how Cassie responded. So the defense lawyer, of course, read a part of an explicit text conversation from April of 2017. Diddy asked Cassie what she was going to do. She said, be a little freak, she wrote back. Crazy. Ay, 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 ay. And I saw somebody, Ali, said something about this, a little bit of a left turn, but saying something about the spots were not, the places that they targeted weren't really hit. Like some sort of expert said that If Allie, if you're in the chat still and you have that link, can you put it in the chat? Because I definitely want to see that for myself when we get done. It's about the Iran Israel stuff. Let's see. They're not giving us anything, guys. What happened? Did they adjourn for the day or something? Like, what happened here? And we wait. Oh, boy. I'm right here, Ray. I'm at Inner City Press. So if they just did another one, a new update, still nada. Let me go to his page, though, real quick, just to see. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Send me a D pic. Okay, here we go. So he writes, you're my best. She writes, you're my best friend. Cassie writes, you're my best friend, CC. And this message was sent May 30th, 2017. So then Garagos jumps in and says, I will read this about Daniel Phillip. He was told to sit on the couch while Diddy took his turn with Cassie. He felt jealous. In October 2024 and April and May of 2025, Don Richard met with law enforcement. The notes do not reflect Diddy telling her where he comes from. The notes do not reflect Diddy telling her where he comes from. People go missing. As to Hayes, he stated that, quote unquote, he began to have feelings for Cassie. This is very interesting. As to Capricorn Clark, notes from the first 11 of her 13 interviews with law enforcement and prosecution, the attorney's office, did not mention a call made near Mascuti's car in LA. The first of Mia's interviews did not indicate that Diddy initiated relations with Mia. Bana did not initially say Diddy told her, I could unalive you at a photo shoot. And then Exhibit 3228 was not admitted. It was 3288. We may have more. The defense rests. So the government does not intend to present a rebuttal case. So it says, jurors, you do not need to come in tomorrow. You'll come in on Thursday. So they have all tomorrow off. They have tomorrow off, which is very interesting. But nonetheless, they got to give me more than that. That just, like I said, that's it. Defense rests its case. So they adjourned for the day. Okay. Judge told the jury that they'll be off tomorrow and should return Thursday morning to hear closing arguments. Okay. So tomorrow they're going to be going through all the stuff. Okay. They're off for tomorrow, but then they're back on Thursday because, of course, closing arguments are going to be on Thursday. I really don't think that the judge is going to rule on the side of Rule 29. I really don't. There's too many other things that the prosecution did present. Yes, there are some holes in the other things that were presented as well, for sure. But there's a lot of other things that are being alleged in here. I just don't see him going, nope. Or, he's been acquitted, right? So that is very, very interesting. Basically, Rule 29 is basically what they're trying to say is that the feds did not present anything. They did not show enough proof of what Diddy's being charged of. That's basically what it is. They're like, okay, if you say that he committed arson, where's the proof of that? If you say that he kidnapped somebody, where's the proof of that? If you say he ran an enterprise with a bunch of employees working at his will and breaking the law, where's the proof of that? There is no proof. So Rule 29, he must be acquitted for all of these charges because they did not present a strong enough case. And this is the other thing that they're also saying too, that, or at least a lot of people, some experts are alleging that by Diddy's team not presenting any witnesses is their way of saying that the prosecution's argument, their case is weak against their client. They're like, hey, so two different things could be happening at the same time. It could be we don't have enough. We don't have anybody that's willing to speak on Diddy's behalf. Or they could also be saying, you didn't present nothing. You presented nothing. You brought nothing but just holes in your story. So sorry, no. We don't need to bring anybody because your case was weak. So it could be both things, right? Depending on how you see it. Me, I think that they didn't have enough. I don't think defense had enough people to step forward. I think a lot of people got scared for this testimony, especially testifying with or for Diddy. So you got to remember, they come out and they speak, they're not getting immunity. They're not getting immunity. They're going to testify and they're going to get in trouble. And they could catch charges. And they're testifying to the feds. No one wants the feds on them. No one wants the feds looking in their direction. Hell to the no. Right? So again, it is very interesting that they did not have anybody come in and speak or testify on behalf of Diddy. I think it's a bad look, but at the same time, we will see how it transpires over the next couple of days. Prosecutors didn't think jury will begin deliberating until Monday. Let's take a look at that. This is an update from NBC or CNN. I'm sorry. Closing arguments in Diddy's trial is expected to begin on Thursday. I'm sorry. So defense attorneys and prosecutors agreed to hold court from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on both Thursday and Friday. So prosecutor Comey says she doesn't think the jury will be deliberating until Monday because they believe they're going to be taking up both days for their closing arguments for both Thursday and Friday. Now, I'm kind of curious about how tomorrow's going to look, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. Okay, with that. But let's see what NBC says. They got a new update as well. Defense cites loving messages between Diddy and his girlfriends. So the defense entered into evidence a series of text messages that they could argue show how Diddy and his girlfriends were in loving consensual relationships. So some of the electronic messages appeared sweet and tender, while others were graphic and explicit, describing sexual acts. In 2017, in a message in 2017, Cassie told Diddy, "You're my best friend," and said there's no one she loves more than him. So prosecution stipulated to the authenticity of these messages. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'd want to know those too, because those could be fabricated. That's possible, right? But again, very, very interesting stuff, guys. Again, I don't know what's going to go on with tomorrow. We're going to be live, but I am kind of curious as to what tomorrow's going to look like. You know, as far as the as far as the jury instructions and all that, like what are they going to be doing tomorrow? Is it just going to be a day off for everybody, or is it going to be a day of chaos, you know, in the courtroom, going over very, very technically boring stuff? Maybe. But you know, I'll let you guys know about that for sure. Okay. I definitely will. Medusa, thank you so much. William, thank you so very much. Of course, Grace, thank you so much for being a member for the past 2 years. I appreciate it. Okay. And thank you so much for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. Beautiful Disaster, thank you so much for the love. I really do appreciate it all. Real talk. I really do. Okay. But I will most likely be back on tomorrow. Today, a little bit later on today, because honestly, there's a lot of things that are going on overseas. Love Letter says Diddy's walking. I don't think so. I don't think he's walking. I don't think he's going to get hit with all the charges. Nah. Okay. I really don't. I really don't. But I don't think he's walking. Not at all. Just on the pro charge alone, he's going to get charged that, because there's no way you can deny that he hired people, S workers, to do those things. STing, I still believe he can get STing as well. I think it's very, very blatant what he got. Okay. But I don't think he's walking. If he walks, I am shook. Okay. Absolutely shook. But like I said, we'll talk about it tomorrow for sure. Okay. We're going to take a little bit of a break off of the Diddy stuff and get back into the stuff that's going on across the world right now, overseas, because there's some real serious stuff going on between Iran and Israel. And we are going to be talking about that very, very shortly. But that is the show. I appreciate all y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for tuning in, being a part of the conversation, all that stuff. That is the show. But I'll be back on in a couple hours because we got to talk about things that are going on in Iran and Israel. Is it a ceasefire? Is it not? I don't see that happening. I don't see the ceasefire. I see a lot of people in their fee-fees, right? But anyway, please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below before you head out. That would really, really mean the world to me. Okay, and just send it to 1K really quick on your way out. That'd be amazing. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button here on my main channel. Check out my other channels, the Pascal Show. I'm not the Pascal Show clips. I'm sorry. Check out the other platforms. Okay, that's what I meant. Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch. Show some love. Follow, subscribe over there as well. Okay, hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon, and of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay. That would be greatly appreciated. We got some really great stuff over there. Anyway, guys, I'll be talking to you guys very, very soon. Have a great one. Talk to you guys soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.